Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to part 4 of our symposium on social work, white supremacy, and racial justice. Today, I'm very excited to kick things off with a panel session that will focus on whiteness and white supremacy, theory, education, and practice. In today's session, we'll have presentations on managing white fragility, teaching while Black, followed by creating an anti-colonial academic space for social work education, and then closing with imagining the end of racism through ending white supremacy, implications for social work education and practice. Then in the last panel presentation of the day, we'll have several discussions on anti-racist, anti-oppressive social work education and practice. But to kick off our first panel presentation today, I'd like to welcome Yolanda Spears. And Yolanda Spears is a clinical assistant professor at the University of Iowa School of Social Work and coordinator of the University of Iowa Clinical Cultural Competence Certificate Program. She completed her bachelor's and master's degree in social work at the University of Iowa. Her clinical experience is rooted in years of working as a student and family advocate in the Iowa City Community School District. Professor Spears currently teaches diversity-focused courses on racism and white dominance to undergraduate students in multiple disciplines and to graduate social work students. Her pedagogy focuses on helping students understand their connection to institutional systems of oppression and their role in reproducing harmful systems in their work, academic, and personal lives. And she's also co-authored of a recent paper titled Black Women's Resistance to Whiteness in Social Work, which I'm sure she'll be drawing on for her presentation today. So welcome, Professor Spears. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me here and building the stage and passing the mic. Very, very important things that are going on today. And so I'd like to say that, I'd like to also give thanks and take a moment to say that, we're in some unprecedented times. And I guess I shouldn't say unprecedented. It's been going on for years, but it's unprecedented only because we're living in it right now. Right. And so I teach master's level social work students in a class called Discrimination, Oppression, and Diversity. And it's the first class that they have when they come to our social work program. I should tell you a little bit about where I teach. Okay, I teach in a Midwest public school of higher ed, a research institution. Okay, so approximately 31,000 total student enrollment. 18% of that student population is BIPOC. Okay, and 3% of that student population is Black, 7.5% Hispanic or Latinx, and we have 4.8 and Asian American, and then others also, right, who have decided to choose as multiracial. 14% of our faculty and staff are BIPOC, and this includes the entire workforce from administrative to service and maintenance employees, okay? There's 22 Black clinical track faculty members, which I'm a part of. I'm one of those 22 people across the campus out of over 1,445 tenured track faculty members. The School of Social Work that I work at, the enrollment of our students is reflective of the larger university system, and it is majority women teaching and doing research in our space. Okay, the majority of them are white women. There are some understandings that, as I come into the classroom, that occurs also. All right. And some of those understandings that I have to grapple with when I step into the classroom space is that, students are going to come to the classroom with a lack of understanding of history. And I have to remind them that it's our shared history. Oftentimes, when we have students, they come to our classroom with a whitewashed version of history that centers whiteness. And so most of what I have to do is challenge that. And it's an important piece to challenge. And so there are some other understandings that occur also that happen. There are also some other first times. There are some first times when, for some of our students, that this is we're asking them to critically think about whiteness as a race. They have to also challenge themselves and see for the first time, for many of them, that a Black person is in a leadership position, such as me standing at the front of the classroom. That's often a first time for some of my students. Students are faced with the racialization of whiteness. They've never seen themselves as a race. And so that's also, a first time. We also have students that once we start in this process, they also have to start to reckon with their goodness or their saviorship, being a savior. They have to also think about why they're becoming social workers. And so these are some of the understandings that occur once they come into that classroom. And so, doing that is, and coming into the classroom and recognizing that as the professor, is grounding for me, and making sure that I, start my approach and my teaching approach in a way that is a stance where I have to give a little bit of empathy as I start this or start that process. So why are we doing it? Well, our, social work background tells us so, right? When we think about the EPOS, the social work profession, and, how we're planning and strategies of how we're planning to teach future social workers. Right. And one of the things that it says in the EPOS is that we have to help them understand and to apply self-awareness and self-regulation to manage the influence of their personal bias and values when working with diverse populations and constituencies. And so they can't manage or, manage that if they don't know how to see it, look for it, or even how to engage in it in that self-reflective way, that self-interrogation. And so, I make sure that the curriculum, lays a foundation so that they can do that. Sometimes this is very different than many of the other courses that they've taken in the past, to get their bachelor's degree or even in their workplace. And when I say that, what I mean is that it really is difficult at times for them to see themselves as having a part to play in the in our world, right? That we all have a role and we all have some complicity in racism and white supremacy. This course is taught in their first year, so this is one of the first year courses, first semester courses that they take along with other courses, and so that's an important piece of how it lays the foundation for the future of the rest of their academic career and in our space, and how they can take this information to other courses and other classes with other faculty members. Okay. So, making sure that students have a deeper understanding of race is important. For white students, it's important that of an understanding that this is an issue that in the past and in the present is their issue, and how they grapple with that, that this isn't just a BIPOC person's issue that we are here to handle or that we're here to solve, that they actually have to be invested in and then also help in solving this issue. And so that's why it's critically important in social work that we have this very important conversation. The other thing is for our BIPOC students, which also are in that space, it's a part of, for in my classroom, that there's some racial healing that happens. Okay, and that they also have a deeper understanding of what race is. We are all often, unless we're very lucky to have, other avenues of education, we've all been, educated in this historical way that has been very white-centered. And so coming into this classroom, there's an opportunity for a different type of learning environment. Um, and also, oftentimes classrooms are created for white racial comfort, and that's not how per se it happens in that classroom. We're hoping that there is a deeper understanding that this uncomfortableness will lead to a space where you are able to engage in the nuanced work of having conversations with others. So how do we do it? Or how do I do it, I should say? So one of the ways that I do this is on the very first day, I invite former students from the previous class, so from the last year, to come in for a panel discussion. And that has been very, very helpful. And I often remind the students that they may forget, but I'm having this moment for you so that you understand what to expect from this course. I found that that has been extremely, extremely helpful in helping them see other people who've gone through the process and gone through this class to see how the coursework will look for them and what could happen for them, and how defensiveness, fragility, being able, trying to intellectualize and distance oneself from the topic is, not going to be as helpful as you think. Establishing a rapport in those first few weeks, right, with ground rules and relationship building. I tell them from the first day, some of the terms that we're going to be using could be, tummy turning, whether it be that I'm going to use the term racism and white supremacy or white dominance. I'm going to use the term whiteness. I'm going to use the term blackness. That we are going to talk about, what I consider shut down corner, which is a conversation about racism and white supremacy. And if we can talk about this piece, then we can talk about all the other different isms and the marginalization of other voices in the BIPOC community, whether it be about religion or sexual orientation or what have you. And so being able to have this one big discussion can then lead to having other discussions and seeing the threads and how oppression affects and impacts all of us. I remind them that the class is a journey. And it's their journey, not my journey. I'm not with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days. I am with them for a small amount of time, and they have to then make decisions based on what they think and how they feel, right? And that is ultimately what's important, because then they also have to grapple with, what does our code of ethics say? What have we been teaching them? How are they going to interact and engage with clients and constituencies based on that? Okay. And how are they going to grapple? I have to make sure that I tell them that that class is about them doing that self-interrogation about themselves. The class is about them, which is so different than how they've been taught before. Usually, most classes are about how well you can perform or regurgitate information. And so making sure that students understand that they're going to have to do the work for themselves. And so some of the ways that we do that, or that I do that, I should say, with my students, is I make sure that I have content that will help with presenting information, because I know that when as a person, a Black woman, there's going to be pushback because of who I am. And I am sure that, if you listen to a lot of the other panel discussions from various parts of this, you will find that that is being reiterated time and time again about being a Black woman or a Black person standing at the front of the stage. So some of the things that I do is I use a podcast called Seeing White, And in this podcast, there's 14 episodes, and we also listen to a bonus episode. We have 15 weeks, and in those 15 weeks, we listen to an episode every week. And some of the things that come out from this episode is that it lays out a history of how whiteness was created. And it is so powerful for many of the students for many reasons. But some of the things that have come out that I would like to highlight is they have said, like, Blackness cannot operate without whiteness. You know, being able to have that information out there to understand that whiteness is racialized also. There are things and norms and that come along with being white. You know, the other thing that we also recognize is that, you know, in this podcast that has been stated is exploitation came first. This runs counter to what we've been taught, you know, for years and years, right? And that it's biology or it's, you know, other things, or that white people didn't know any better. You know, so listening to this podcast reveals some of the, you know, some of the things that we have, these records that we have within ourselves, or these ideas and ideologies that we've been taught. And it kind of gives the student an opportunity to listen and to think about the history. They also listen to a part of a podcast where there's a court case where there's people of color wanting to seeking to be classified as white so that they can be a part of the American dream, right? And so having to grapple with that and have an understanding about that we know what this is about, right? And that we have an understanding about it. And students then also facilitate discussions every week and connect these threads with the course readings and videos and what have you. So every single week, a group of students are facilitating a discussion based on the podcast. The other things that we do in this class, we've just started using our affinity or caucus groups. That has been very successful, where we have BIPOC students who are able to come together and have a conversation without having the white gaze. Without having the pressure of teaching white students based on putting their pain on display. They're able to have open conversations about the joys of being, you know, a BIPOC person. Okay. And they don't, you know, have to worry about having someone engage in what ifs or what about, or, you know, putting their own questioning, you know, their experience and their ideas. Oftentimes what happens during that first time is that the students are often worried, though, about what is happening in the other group, and that if there's going to be some kind of, you know, sanction if they're in a separate group talking about their own healing process, because that's what happens in that space. It is a healing process. For the white students, it's often difficult for them to start that conversation. They have displayed distancing behaviors where they intellectualize and talk about others and what the others have done, rather than talking about themselves and how they have participated in their role and how they've been complicit. That it gives them an opportunity to challenge their other students, other white students. It lessens their dependence on BIPOC students to provide them with learning experiences. Okay, it's harmful for Black students, Black and BIPOC students, to be in that space where they are in the minority numerically. So the other thing that we talk about also is the curriculum is the content of the coursework, and one of those things is me and another faculty member have created a writing exercise about our shared history. And it talks about the different movements in time that have been started by BIPOC folk, where we encourage and students that they have to find oral histories of individuals that have been impacted by movements in our past. It could be about the Black Panther movement. It could be about Native American histories, what has happened, and what have you. So we have a variety of different movements that we focus on. They have to find out about the history of the movement. And the history based on the oral histories of individuals that have been impacted, not by how it's been read to us or taught to us from a book. They have to find the key actors in this. They also have to find out what is the position that social work profession has taken. For example, for Native American populations, what is our role and our complicity in boarding schools? So these are some of the ways that we have used in the classroom to teach our students about our shared history and our shared lives and how we are connected, but then also recognizing our past and for what it is and what it can be if we start to do that work. I'd like to thank everybody for giving me this time to talk, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. That was an exceptional presentation. I'm so glad that we got to kick off with that today. And I wanted to mention for everyone who's watching, if you want to read more, the citation for Professor Spear's article is included in our program. So be sure to check that out so you could read more. Professor Spears, one of the things I wanted to ask you, we struggle with this issue at my school. And you mentioned the harm and the pain that BIPOC students experience sometimes in classes with white students. And I've heard this from our BIPOC students that have said it's traumatic for them to be in class and to have to listen to white students process coming to terms with their own privilege or process their newfound understanding that racism is a problem in the United States, and have even said they don't want to spend class time doing that. White students need to figure out a space outside of class to process those things. Have you thought through that at all, or how do you navigate that?
So, yes, we also experience that too, considering I'm in the middle of, in the Midwest and in a very predominantly white space and teaching a predominantly white space. And so some of the ways that it has impacted me as a professor and hearing these things is that it's like watching them go through the stages of death. For our white students, right? But what I also have recognized is that having BIPOC students in that space also, and how I teach it by talking about what whiteness is, has given them a release also to be able to talk to their coworkers, talk to their other fellow classmates. Like, they cannot walk away from that classroom and say, well, and continue microaggressions and continue aggressive behavior. I don't even like using the word micro. Continuing aggressive behavior towards BIPOC students when we've been in this space together and they all have learned the same things. It gives strength to everyone. And, since as a BIPOC person, I've learned the whitewashed history, and it took a lot out of me and to really have to go search. And I think for some of my BIPOC students, getting that opportunity to learn a little bit more about how that has happened has given them power and strength in that space. But then also the affinity groups give them that space to let go.
Right.
And so it's a dance that has to happen. And then also being, as a professor, being able to monitor the situation. And so always being engaged with the coursework. It constantly changes, sometimes week to week, depending on what comes up in the classroom. And so I'm constantly curating content just to make sure that we're hitting on those points. If I find that the students are lacking in some things and need, more strength in others.
Right, right. Well, thank you very much for this presentation. I'm sure we're going to have some questions from our audience. So we're going to bring you back at the end of our next couple of presentations where you'll join all of the presenters to go through some of our audience questions. Thank you again for your excellent presentation. And to everyone watching, please take a look at the article that's referenced in your program. Thank you very much, Professor Spears. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Margaret Jans van Rensburg and Anne Seymour, who will be presenting on creating an anti-colonial academic space for social work education. And let me first welcome Margaret Jans van Rensburg. Margaret completed her Master's of Social Work at Carleton University and is a registered social worker with the Ontario College of Social Workers and Social Service Workers. Her research interests center around the social model of disability, autistic self-determination, sexual violence prevention, eating disorders, and body size, shape, weight, and image. She's currently engaged in several research projects, notably as a research assistant right now for the oral histories of activists in the Disability Rights Movement Project under the supervision of Dr. Therese Jennison and Dr. Dominique Marshall. And so welcome, Margaret. And let me also welcome Anne Seymour. Anne Seymour is a doctoral student at Carleton University and also holds a master's in social work from McGill University. She is a certified First Nations health manager and a registered social worker. Anne's research, which is supervised by Kim Matheson, explores a two-eyed seeing approach. And a two-eyed seeing approach incorporates the use of both Indigenous and Western frameworks in integrating land-based activities to promote mental health and wellness with a goal to eliminate suicide in First Nation communities. So welcome, Margaret and Anne. We're very excited that you were able to join us today, and I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
Hi. So here, our presentation is creating an anti-colonial academic space for social work education. So I am an Anishinaabe and Ojibwe, a registered band member from Wacomico Territory. My mom resides in Chaging Territory, and I am from the Bear Clan. I am married to a Mohawk from the Wolf Clan and the Mohawks of Akwesasne. I have 4 children who are Ojihawks. I am presenting today as a guest on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. I'm happy to be here with my co-presenter, colleague, and friend, Margaret. And now I'll pass this on to Margaret to introduce herself. Thank you.
So I'd like to also state my own positionality and stake in this presentation. First, I'm a white settler, and I'm grateful to be presenting today on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. I gain a great deal from the privileges of colonization and continued colonialism in Canada, and I recognize the injustices and inequities that are tied to this. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to present today in this forum, and I also want to express my gratitude for all of the learnings and experiences I've had with my co-author, Anne. I've learned a great deal about how my own behaviors and actions can harm and reproduce systems of oppression, and what I gained today in co-presenting with her, I cannot repay. And I very much hope that we can continue to learn and unlearn. So the purpose of this paper is to outline how social work education can integrate alternate ways of learning and teaching that better support Indigenous students. We identify strategies to support course development that embody Indigenous ways of knowing and learning.
While many institutions of higher education in Canada currently acknowledge their situation on traditional and sacred territories, they remain centers of colonial repression, failing to seek out the social justice which is rightfully deserved by Indigenous people. We therefore explore relationships between Indigenous and Western frameworks to advise institutions to become anti-colonial. As a call for safer spaces in institutions of higher education, we conclude that there are many ways that Indigenous people can feel secure and welcomed when studying and employed in these institutions. A note about our language. We use the term Indigenous in this article, referring to Indigenous experiences in Canada. We position from an Anishinaabe lens. We use the term Western to refer to Eurocentric status quo within institutions of higher education in Canada.
Universities of quality must be democratic, pursuing social justice, prioritizing marginalized social groups, acting in engaged, truthful, creative, and sustainable ways. However, Champagne and Abu Saad suggest that many schools are not prepared culturally and socially, leaving Indigenous students feeling unwelcome and unable to succeed.
Western academic centers are problematic for Indigenous people. From an Anishinaabe perspective, advancing education is of high priority for sustaining Indigenous communities in the present and future. For this reason, it is critical to ensure Indigenous ways of knowing, doing, and being are supported by and for Indigenous scholars.
Within Canada, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People in 1991 advised the government to work with Indigenous communities to acquire the education, skills, and training necessary for individual self-reliance. And Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada in 2015 has brought calls to action that aim towards incorporating Indigenous knowledge in educational settings.
Indigenous knowledge transmission differs from Western frameworks prioritized in Canadian academic environments. Kovac shares that Indigenous knowledge is cumulative in that it is transmitted from generation to generation, not exclusively through written texts, but rather through stories that shape-shift in relation to the wisdom of the storyteller at the time of the telling. Indigenous people have stories to share, alternative stories such as the history of Western research through the eyes of the colonized. There is also a growing recognition in Canada in the need to include Indigenous pedagogy in higher education. However, Western pedagogical tools are still prioritized in classroom spaces. With the prioritization of Western pedagogical frameworks, Indigenous students often find it challenging to integrate Western worldviews in the colonial education setting. Bringing Indigenous knowledges into these institutions can assist with the reclamation of Indigenous identity, giving Indigenous students a place to fit in the opportunities to connect to their culture.
Universities in Canada were imposed as part of a colonial project and are one of the only mediums for social workers in Canada to attain education from an accredited program. Universities have imposed neoliberal market values of individualism, professionalism, and competition on schools of social work. Market values in these institutional systems promote individualism, hierarchy, and the exercise of power over others, leading to inequity and most notably racial injustice. By being part of the colonial institution, schools of social work remain unable to pursue racial equity adequately by making this system inaccessible to those who do not display whiteness or class privilege.
Rooted in historic social work, schools of social work are unable to execute racial equity. Our current neoliberal state assumes all people can achieve the same things without regarding life circumstances and oppression. This may contribute to unequal starting points. As a result, Canadian schools of social work are dominated by persons of privilege, and white Eurocentric perspectives become prominent in research and practice.
Universities where Canadian schools of social work are located are places that prioritize colonial values, reproducing domination and oppression. This is done through the imposition of a meritocracy onto all students, staff, and faculty, a flawed ideology that hypothesizes that status is ascribed based on what individuals achieve, as if all individuals have the same potential for achievement. Furthermore, achievement is defined by Eurocentric norms and standards of whiteness. The idea of merit reinstitutes a color line, a concept created by Dubois, which Jin Lee and Fair describe as denoting the separation between the dominant white Canadian middle upper class heterosexual and able-bodied subject and those deemed to be outside this discursive boundaries. Requirements for being a staff, student, or faculty in a school of social work require people to follow certain white and Eurocentric standards. Therefore, people who display privilege and whiteness have greater access and ability to thrive in these positions. The people who thrive in these positions often believe that it is merit rather than privilege and colonial conformity, which is key to their success.
Decolonization is a messy, dynamic, contradictory, and emotional process. Decolonization can only be achieved when all voices can emerge and come together. A first step in creating anti-colonial higher education opportunities requires investigating the zones and encounters between Indigenous knowledges and Western theory. From this investigation, we can identify ways in which Indigenous content can be incorporated into classrooms, investing in future generations who continue to pursue decolonization. Incorporating Indigenous lens in higher education, Indigenous people will have greater access in exercising their positions in ways of knowing, doing, and being. A way of doing this is through implementing an anti-colonial and trauma-informed ways of knowing in academic safe spaces.
We define trauma-informed as understanding and acknowledging historic and contemporary power imbalances. The historic and contemporary colonial racist society, which impact persons whom we interact with. Trauma-informed educational environments seek to emphasize truth and provide an opportunity to work with others where they are, while allowing a supportive environment which centers trusting, compassionate, collaborative relationships and allow for autonomy through choice and control. These environments center on safety and take a strengths-based perspective for both individuals and communities.
Colonial institutions in Canada have been described as unable to incorporate and support Indigenous perspectives and Indigenous approaches to learning. Indigenous learning is not based on skill and competitiveness, but rather on understanding ways of knowing, doing, and being. As social work is committed to social justice, it is integral to incorporate and value Indigenous knowledges. Indigenous worldviews must be central and integrated into academia curriculum. In Research is Ceremony, Indigenous Research Methods, a Pasquayat Cree scholar, Sean Wilson introduces the four entities of an Indigenous research paradigm: ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. The interconnectedness and interaction of these components can be expressed as circular and an iterative process.
Western social thought neglects to understand that what affects one person impacts the family and the entire community. There is a commonality and shared purpose where no one is left behind. Indigenous knowledge keepers who maintain tradition transfer knowledge through teachings, which may include ceremonies, and are primarily based on experiential learning. In an Indigenous perspective, knowledge is more than what is limited to individual rationality. Indigenous frameworks for helping and healing are rooted in a holistic approach incorporating the medicine wheel, which focuses on balancing the mind, body, heart, and spirit.
Indigenous knowledges recognizes that the spiritual is a social fact that must be seen as ever-encompassing. The spiritual is not something that influences the choices and autonomy of the individual and society. In teaching social work, we must understand interpretations of the spiritual world. Indigenous perspectives of the spiritual world propose that all aspects of society have spiritual dimensions. As Anishinaabe elder Danny Musqua explains, all creation has life. Kajeti views Indigenous knowledges as connecting to the natural world with all one's senses, in mind, body, and spirit. In the Western worldview, things can be said to be inanimate or animate. The Western worldview clashes with the Indigenous worldview. Humans have individual spirits, while other species, including plants, animals, and even stones, are taken care of by the Spirit. The spiritual is one of 4 elements that make up the Indigenous concept of holistic wellness. For one to be balanced, all 4 elements must be nurtured. In Canadian Indigenous teachings, these elements are included in the medicine wheel and include the mind, body, heart, and spirit, as we see here on the slide. These elements work in harmony and have the potential to heal. Respecting this interpretation of the spiritual world allows all people to acknowledge significance in certain practices while learning more about one's self. The medicine wheel is a holistic way of being, as it includes the mind, the body, the heart, and the spirit, and demonstrates the relational and interconnectedness way of life. Indigenous people have a distinct way of thinking, and distinct features of Indigenous knowledge and pedagogy are learning by observation and doing, and learning through authentic experiences. Indigenous knowledge is about experiences and validated through songs, stories, and ceremonies and dreams. Many Indigenous scholars introduce Indigenous knowledge as practice and through lived experiences. Western knowledge is seen as scientific and linear and objective. Indigenous and Eurocentric knowledge each have their own ways of knowing. The concept of two-eyed seeing was created by Albert Marshall in 2004. In the article Learning Together by Learning to Listen to Each Other, Elder Albert Marshall shares the following. The guiding principle of two-eyed seeing for co-learning encourages the realization that beneficial outcomes are much more likely in any given situation when we are willing to bring 2 or more perspectives into play. As such, two-eyed seeing can be understood as the gift of multiple perspectives, which is treasured by the Mi'kmaq people, and most likely all Indigenous people.
The negative impacts of colonization include oppression, loss of language, loss of culture, and loss of identity. While a settler Canadian may feel that the status quo of the current system's functioning works to increase self-determination, it is apparent that equilibrium in Canada has not been established. The establishment of an equilibrium depends on respect for Indigenous people and a traditional way of knowing for Indigenous people by Indigenous people. A new theory of equilibrium based on implementing a holistic model such as the medicine wheel teachings and the 7 sacred teachings of humility, honesty, respect, courage, wisdom, truth, and love will support Western thinkers to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into their own frameworks. This is a starting place for respecting Indigenous ways of knowing.
Indigenous people have a distinct way of thinking. To create higher education that is open to Indigenous ways of doing and pursues social justice for Indigenous people, we propose a two-eyed seeing approach, utilizing medicine wheel teachings and the 7 sacred teachings of humility, honesty, respect, courage, wisdom, truth, and love are incorporated as a guiding principle. An Indigenous holistic, a two-eyed seeing approach promotes opportunities and stresses the importance of engaging both worldviews. This less talk, more action pathway shifts the focus from apologies to proactive inclusivity.
Colonization in Canada stripped Indigenous people of their culture, identity, and beliefs. This forced Indigenous people to live in a way that was unfamiliar to them. Indigenous people were not allowed to speak their language, carry out traditional songs and ceremonial practices that were so important to the foundation of them. Through the Indian residential school system, Indigenous peoples learned their culture, identity, and beliefs did not matter. This new reality oppressed Indigenous people and made it difficult for Indigenous people in Canada to find a place in society. Many Indigenous people became reliant on systems unfamiliar to them. They no longer knew their place and did not know how to feel. colonization resulted in increased negative social and economic factors such as homelessness, poverty, incarceration, and substance misuse. Colonial oppression caused turmoil to the well-being of the individual, family, and community, leading to trauma and inadequate supports for Indigenous people in our contemporary society.
The concept of two-eyed seeing, as noted, was created by Albert Marshall. As such, Itapaminuk, two-eyed seeing, can be understood as the gift of multiple perspectives, which is treasured by the Mi'kmaq people and Indigenous people. A two-eyed seeing approach recognizes the blending of both Eurocentric and Indigenous knowledges is beneficial. Indigenous people may present two-eyed seeing as different ways. I assert a two-eyed seeing approach depending on the place of being and location. Presenting oneself in a community may vary from a Eurocentric setting. Mostly it is dependent on the context, the audience, and the worldview, and where one is situated. Using multiple approaches in varied settings is not uncommon for many Indigenous people. Understanding a two-eyed seeing approach acknowledges the strengths of Indigenous worldviews while having knowledge and appreciation of Western frameworks. Adopting a teaching philosophy grounded in two-eyed seeing approach is fundamental for creating higher education, which is welcoming and inclusive of all Indigenous peoples in Canada. Lived experiences, traditional knowledge, and land-based teachings provide a foundation to support students' learning. Teaching and learning experiences must be based on reciprocal relationships, built on respect, integrity, and trust, where students are encouraged to be active participants in the learning process. It is important all teachers honor experiences and worldviews. This approach pushes reflexivity and critical self-reflection of teachers and learners, allowing both to be in a dynamic process of learning, unlearning, and teaching one another. Furthermore, viewing curriculum and classroom through a two-eyed seeing approach allows both professor and learner to experience a journey. This holistic perspective recognizes that students are diverse and their life and development are varied. Promoting alternative methods of teaching will allow students to thrive and challenge students who are usually privileged in colonial settings. This anti-colonial classroom promotes a diversity of approaches: lectures, hand-on experiential learning, visuals, audio, individual and group work, guest lectures, elders, film, sharing circles, and on-the-land activities. All these varied methods of teaching contribute to effective learning and dialogue. This is important since Indigenous and Western knowledge have areas that may converge. This provides opportunities where Indigenous and Western worldviews may complement one another. It is important to recognize that one way is not better than the other. Utilizing a combination of both may provide space to utilize the best of both worlds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to you both for that great presentation. I was thinking as you were talking, I've recognized throughout this series of symposium that everyone is approaching this work from slightly different places and with very different histories of being involved in this kind of work. For some people have been involved for many years, for some people have not been involved in this work till recently. So what would you say for people? I think there's programs, schools of social work now, professors who recognize that their curricula, their individual courses are filled, if not dominated, by the ideas of white colonizers, and are wanting to correct that, but don't always know where to start. Where would you give recommendations for people to start thinking through how to go about this work and incorporating more Indigenous ideas into their curricula and courses?
I can speak to that. Thank you for the question, and it's a really good question, especially in this era. And I think the starting point is we see in schools of social work, there's definitely some leaders. I think when we're looking at Manitoba, we have a group of scholars, Indigenous scholars, and they have incorporated a group of Indigenous it's like an indigenous group where they lead the programs and they develop and look at the curriculum. And then we have Western University here in Ontario. You have the University of BC. So every university is starting to develop and incorporate their own indigenous groups that can guide their frameworks and how they would like to see it. But definitely we also see more elders becoming involved. I know at Carleton University, we have an Indigenous committee. So I think those are starting points. And I think the next step is to look at how we as a group in all these different universities across Canada, how are we going to come together to collaborate so we can develop a good solid framework, maybe guiding principles that we want to do as Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
And I'm going to add a little bit to this, and just I think that an underutilized resource is often the students. I think that students are often where they're very aware of the progressive changes that need to happen. We heard in the last presentation how some students may feel like, especially students of color, may feel tokenized in a classroom. And I know that my fellow students have felt that their experiences are outed or used in a classroom setting for education, which is just not right. And so I think that seeing and including students in these conversations about how can we foster alternative ways of knowing and learning. I come from a disability lens as well. So how can we bring in alternative ways of learning, which foster good student development? And these students often do have connections to the community that we often don't have, right? Because people who can access positions within a school of social work are often people who have had these privileges. In social work, we're trying to work towards unpacking and unlearning, and yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thanks. So really relying on people that are in your community, students, community members, elders, to help you begin that process. Well, thank you both very much for your presentation. I'm sure we'll have some questions from those watching, and we'll bring you back after our next presentation. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I'd like to now introduce our final presentation for this panel on whiteness and white supremacy. And this next presentation is titled Imagining the End of Racism Through Ending White Supremacy, Implications for Social Work Education and Practice. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our presenters, Martell Teasley and Melissa Smith-Haley.
Thank you.
Welcome, Martell and Melissa. As an introduction, Martell Teasley is the Dean of the University of Utah College of Social Work and President of the National Association of Deans and Directors of Schools of Social Work, and former Editor-in-Chief of the journal Children in Schools. Dr. Teasley's research focuses on social work in school settings, particularly the role that social workers can play in advancing educational equity. His experience includes employment as a substance use disorder counselor, time as a licensed practical nurse, and a decade of service in the U.S. Army. He earned his PhD in social work from Howard University and holds bachelor's and master's degrees from Fayetteville State and Virginia Commonwealth University, respectively. Thank you, Dr. Teasley, for being here. And Smith-Haley is Vice President of Program Operations for a nonprofit agency in Southeast Louisiana, and she's also the 14th President of the National Association of Black Social Workers. She received her bachelor's degree in mass communication from Xavier University in Louisiana and a master's degree in social work from Clark Atlanta University in Georgia. As an adjunct professor in social work, Melissa is a strength-based practitioner who's committed to debunking negative stereotypes and helping others self-actualize. Thank you very much for both of you for being here today. I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start out. You can move to the next slide. So here you see our presentation objectives. You can read them for yourself. Essentially, we're going to discuss normalized white supremacy practices and their impact on the social work profession. And we will take a look at anti-racist practices as a way of ending white supremacy, within social work education and practice. However, it is one thing to talk about ending white supremacy within social work. We cannot do so without including elements of the larger society. We provide an overview of some necessary anti-racist practices needed that will move us closer to eliminating white supremacy within social work education and practice. We're not inclusive of everything here within our 20 minutes. Next slide, please. So here we have one thing I just want to say from the start here is that conversations about race actually are mostly a discourse about racialized groups and what they need to do to amend their plight. We really don't talk much about the examination of whiteness and white supremacy and the outcomes of their efforts on the lived experiences of minority populations. And so we'll start from that perspective. Next slide, please. Here you see one classic definition of white supremacy by a well-known researcher, Benita Silva, in 2010. And then we have a definition of whiteness here. And there really is not much distance between white supremacy and whiteness. Whiteness is an ideological characterized by its unmarked universal normal qualities, and perhaps most powerfully, it's linked to goodness, beauty, and innocence. Whiteness developed from the canons of westernized enlightenment, resulting in the creation of white privilege, and by necessity, the creation of race and anti-blackness as its antithesis. And so we always have this black-white binary because of that antithesis of whiteness related to blackness. Next slide, please. Here we just take a look at some data, and I'm really looking at the work of Robert Jones, who is CEO and founder of the Public Religion Research Institute. And he states that white evangelicals have not only been complicit as a dominant cultural power in America, they have also been responsible for constructing and sustaining a project to protect white supremacy, and they have resisted Black equality. He says that the project has framed the entire American story. So here in one of his tables, and you can look his book up, it's called White Too Long, The Legacy of White Supremacy in American Christianity. But here a question he has, Confederate flags and monuments are more symbols of Southern pride than a symbol of racism. And this is the percentage of folks who agree. So we see that top bar there that white evangelical Protestants agree that both are a symbol of pride and not a symbol of racism. And you can look at the other groups there as it descends, with the least taking that opinion are Black Protestants. But one thing I want to point out here is that it is white evangelicals and white Protestants who think that the flag is more so a symbol of Southern pride than racism than any of the other groups. So you see that first black bar there outdistancing any other group in terms of that thought. So next slide, please. Here is another slide from Dr. Jones's work. And this is the percentage of people who disagree with the statement that generations of slavery and discrimination have created conditions that make it difficult for Blacks to work their way out of the lower class. And here we see white evangelical Protestants at about 67, 68% disagreeing with that statement. And white mainland Protestants at about 62%. We see white Catholics at about 57%, and white religiously unaffiliated people are lesser so to think that, as well as Black Protestants. Next slide, please. So according to Robert Jones, Southern evangelicals who are the most racist are those who score the highest on his composite variable of the racism index, and they are the descendants of slaveholders. It basically states in a large survey, in a large scale study between 2006 and 2011 of the National Electric conducted by 40 universities, was found that whites residing in areas that had the highest level of slavery in 1860 demonstrated significantly different attitudes today from whites who reside in areas that historically had lower amounts of slavery. In other words, they were much more racist than those who had lower slaves in their area. And these individuals are more likely to, one, be politically conservative and belong to the Republican Party. Two, they're also more opposed to affirmative action. And three, they score higher on the question related of white racial resentment. So you see there in that top one, from least to most, you will see 57% of white Christians scoring higher on that racism index. And what's more interesting, if we look down at the bottom, where we see white religiously unaffiliated, they're less likely to be. So there is some kind of truth to on Sunday being the most segregated day in our country. But not only that, in many ways, what Mr. Jones is espousing is that where people are getting a dose of racism every Sunday in white evangelical churches. Next slide, please. So here we just talk about white norms established as universal practices in general. So we have white supremacy models of poverty, penalties for progressing. We know about regulating the poor, this whole notion of identity politics and multicultural wars. And then this binary dichotomous political polarization, which really benefits the status quo. There's a book called Yurugo by an author named Rimbe Anambi who talks about that. And she has a really good analysis on that. It was written in the 1990s. Wealth and inequality and wealth and income inequality. For every program that the United States has had affirmative action and any other program to help minority populations, particularly African Americans still own less than 2% of the wealth in this country, yet they're 13% of the population. Extralegal justice practices, predatory policing practices we've talked about, and the mass incarceration of non-whites, which really started in the 1930s, exacerbated in the 1960s and 70s with Nixon's war on drugs, then Reagan's war on drugs in the 80s, and then under a Democratic president in the 1980s, Bill Clinton's mass incarceration and tough on crime policies, which exploded the amount of Black and brown individuals in prisons. And then we see educational inequality, and both that and mass incarceration are both racial projects. The racial projects are those projects which really rescind white culpability for racist actions. And so after 1957 and 1954 in Brown versus Board of Education, we've seen whites engage in laws and regulations that have removed them from being in schools with African Americans or low income or minority populations. We do see situations where many poor whites are in schools with many poor Blacks and Hispanic populations. Then we see discriminatory voting practices, which are taking place. We are reliving civil rights litigation in our current era. And then we see the exclusive for-profit healthcare, which really also benefits the status quo. Next slide. So here we get to some anti-racist practices that are opposed to those in terms of structural inequalities. And one of the things I didn't mention, and let me just say this again that I didn't mention earlier, that is part of the religious beliefs of white evangelicals. They have three main tenets, according to Professor Jones. One is free will individualism, which is that individuals exist outside of structures and must account for their own actions. And secondly, relationalism, which means that the root of all problems are based on poor relationships between individuals, not unfair laws or institutional behaviors. And thirdly, they believe in anti-structuralism, which denotes the deep suspicion of white evangelicals on the notion of institutions as problems, as part of social problems. Again, for them, is individual relationships that are part of social problems. And so when we talk about structural inequalities in this side here, and this mantra within social work to talk about that, we have a large group of Americans who do not believe that social inequality, that structural inequalities or institutional inequalities hinder families. And then there's the elimination of the concept of whiteness, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The national legitimization of new political parties. About 40% of Americans, including myself, are independents now. And it's really time to move away from the two-party system because, again, it maintains the status quo. Reparations is a huge issue. I would invite you to look at many of the documents on that, as well as the former presentations, or the one presentation as part of this series by William Fry on confronting whiteness in schools, and Joshua Gregory on whiteness, abolition, and reparations. Those were really two good presentations on this. Reimagining community policing, that's huge. The abolition of the carceral state, which has really damaged families, Black and brown families, exponentially beyond the numbers that we can even imagine. And reform of public school systems and education. And then there is a new voting rights law at Congress that needs to be reformed, that needs to be voted in as law, as well as there needs to be healthcare reform. We do have the Obamacare, but then there needs to really be a single payer system to get away from the private for-profit healthcare systems, which really benefit corporations than they more so than people. Next slide, please. Here we get to social work education and many of the established white universal norms within social work education. Really a worldview and critical thinking. The last presentation talked about that. Historical perspectives and subjugated knowledge, where we don't talk about certain subjects or worldviews, colonized curriculum and instruction. And really one of the problems with social work today is low community-based learning, low involvement on community-based experiences, as well as low levels of community-based research that are seen as substantive and meaningful within the profession. We still have a problem of faculty rankism and low diversity in key areas, including promotion and retention, administration and research. And then we have the marginalization of BIPOC faculty and students, the tokenism and racialized practices that they experience. I had a call recently from a university, a dean, basically saying, I would love for you to talk to an African-American male, the only one that I have here, who is ready to resign because of his experiences. I don't know what I can do to help that person, but I'll certainly talk to him. But people are facing these challenges all over the country. And then there is what I refer to as Jim Crow licensing, which really lacks diversity, lacks a diverse perspective. And Melissa will talk a little bit about that also. And then also in terms of field placements, most of the field placements are in mainstream agencies and organizations. We lack field placements within minority communities for the most part, except for many HBCUs that engage in that, but the wider birth of social work doesn't really do that much. And then we have, as I said before, low emphasis on field education research and a greater concentration. We need a greater concentration of diverse community settings, including a use of community-based perspectives. Next slide, please. So here are some anti-racist practices related to that, that we need a better understanding and integration of the strengths perspectives. I'm really often amazed how we talk about the strengths perspective in social work education, but when they engage in practice, when it comes to practice, we really look at minority populations from a deficit perspective. We need licensing reform in terms of what ASWB is doing. There's been lots of information and discussions about that. We'll continue to push forward on that. We need peer-supported models of practice. Also, we need community empowerment and resource procurement, planning and implementation. That also goes for evidence-based approaches to practice. There's nothing wrong with evidence-based practice. We need more translational research, implementation of research about how methods work with minority populations. For example, the COVID vaccination. So we know that it is effective, the different strains that they have of it. But then how do we engage in translational research and implementation research to convince more minority populations, particularly African Americans, who are suspicious of mainstream medicine, to engage in taking the shot? And then we need stronger oversight and assessment of faculty diversity, equity and inclusion. And there's some talk of a certificate and certifications in that. And of course, as I've said before, There's a need for greater concentration of cross-cultural experiences in field placement, and leadership and research on field education and practices, and greater concentration of sites in diversity and low-income community settings, including the use of community-based and anti-oppressive practices. From here, my partner, Melissa Haley, will take over, and I'll come back.
We know very well, the next slide will show the experience of African Americans and people of color in this country is unique.
Excuse me, next slide, please. Yeah.
It documents oppression, marginalization, and systemic racism. As a Black woman and a 25-year social work practitioner, I have created, I have monitored, I have implemented, and withstood what is called best practices. And those best practices and what is done and what the services are based on is often established on white norms. It is commonplace now to say Black Lives Matter and to say Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and Adam Toledo. That's conscious social work practice, but very little thought is given when we do social work, what that means in terms of what it looks like in the work that needs to be done. When you look and you talk about evidence-based practice and what needs to be done in mental health research in order to document progress, very little of that research is done in communities of color. So it is assumed that even though Black people and people of color have different experience, that what works in the white community automatically works in the Black community. And you must do these practices in order to get reimbursed and to have services. In addition, you look at and you don't question, we continue to look at what's wrong with the person and not look at what's wrong with the system. Looking at and evaluating what is the common denominator. How do people become clients? Not that they are clients, but what brings that about? When you look at what is important and you go to schools of social work and the majority of the classmates want to be clinicians, that's looking at micro practice and not really emphasizing as social workers that we are change agents and we really need to not help people navigate poverty, but to change poverty. So little is done to understand how these things come about, and more of the focus is on what is wrong with the client. Next slide. So anti-social work racist practice, it is a social work reconstruction. Looking at the way that we do business right now, looking at how we do what we do and to reevaluate it, not define people by their challenges, to look at what caused those challenges to be and how we can change those. Very little of that is on a micro level, and that tends to be the focus. Looking at macro level problems, looking at historical and structural racism that causes people to become clients, and how we can change those in teaching students and practitioners. When you see that people that you serve have common denominators and they're not related, what are those common denominators as it relates to poverty, as it relates to environmental justice, as it relates to limited access? It is important that we focus more so on changing systems and not conforming to the systems, which tends to be the norm of what we're doing. When you look at social work licensure, it is an abomination that we cannot get the information as it pertains to who's passing, who's not passing the test. What does the test include? That there's very little requirements on the test, that you do research on people of color, that you study critical race theory, that you look at Black feminism, that you look at other African-centered practices. You have to focus almost exclusively, and it is taught that you need to think like a white person in order to pass the test. That's very difficult for many of us to do. We've had very different experience. So as a community, what can we do to ensure that we really understand racism, how it comes about? And it is not what you are as an individual, it's how racism is integrated in the tapestry of the services that we do. Next slide. So in the social work as we know it, how do we abolish it? How do we reconstruct it? How do we look at social work differently? Looking at liberation versus coping with oppressive systems. So when you have a client and you're working with the client on how to be a good renter for the rest of their lives, as opposed to looking at what becomes and stops that client from becoming an owner. Looking at the systems and the low focus and commitment on social justice, that is more than a paper, it's about action. What are organizations doing? Organizations who are profiting off of poverty, are they also ensuring that this poverty that causes it to be ends? How do we change making clients success stories as opposed to liberating them and utilizing their experiences to change systems, and not continuing to perpetuate the challenges that we know are a challenge in the social work system. Next slide, please. So anti-racist social work, it has to focus on liberation, not just social work in terms of keeping us jobs forever, but being change agents, where part of what we do is about making change in the community, making change in the systems, as well as making changes in individual lives, giving more of an emphasis and a focus financially on community-based research, community-based work, making sure that it is valued, because the people who are required right now, it is an emphasis for the COVID-19 test for people to go knock on doors in order to help people become vaccinated. The people who are knocking on the doors are the lowest paid people who have the highest chance of catching COVID-19. And we've devalued the work that is necessary in the community. And people who often make the most money never leave their offices. Environmental justice, looking at environmental justice with the whole person, where you live, where you work, how your recent environment is bigger than natural environment. It's the environment that you live in. Do we teach that when we're in the work setting? Looking at how people are surviving in food deserts, how people are surviving with lack of transportation to work. Also looking at NEPA, a law that came out in 1994 in the Clintons, which really says that you no longer should look at ethnic relationships in terms of adoption, really perpetuating the lie that Black people and people of color don't adopt, as opposed to we are structurally limited from adopting with the systems that are in place. Next slide, please.
So now we're back to the end of whiteness, and I know we're short on time here, but I just want to make two comments here, and you can read the rest for yourself. According to Robert Jones, he says the end of whiteness in those last two areas there, he says it will mean a major discomfort, but is necessary as a critical step towards healing and wholeness as humans. He also says it will require nothing less than the death of the vision of ourselves that is deeply rooted in our understanding of who we are. That's a really profound statement. Again, I would point you to the former presentations of Joshua Gregory and William Fry on whiteness, and they had some really profound things to say there. Next slide.
The National Association of Black Social Workers exists because of the lack of respect for Black people and people of color in leadership. That we came about just because we wanted to speak at a conference 53 years ago, talk about our expertise, talk about what we know as not friendly visitors of the community, but vested members of the community, educated members, people who have lived experience and learned experience, who know how to best service our clients. It is so important that we evaluate the leadership. We look at the boards. Do the boards reflect the people who are served? Do the leadership, do the senior leadership, does it look like the people that you are serving? Who's making decisions about who makes the money? What services are being provided? Really focusing on DEI, making sure that people really know diversity, equity, and inclusion is not a passing thing, that it's really about changing the culture of our organizations and the services that we provide, that we are not continuing to victimize our clients by the services, that we are liberating them through the work. Last slide, please.
Last slide. So in conclusion, several broad steps must be taken to eliminate white supremacy within social work education and practice in pursuit of anti-racist practices to facilitate racial equity. First, whites need to realize that racism is a whiteness problem and that they must accept accountability for white privilege and all of its vestiges. Throughout society and human service professions, it is important to develop a policy agenda for eliminating racism and white supremacy from institutions, organizations, and within public education. This should include continuous evaluation and accountability of anti-racist policies and practices. The social work profession must undergo a renaissance. It must change itself. All the young people and all of us that are pushing, writing NABSW and a CSWE for change, keep it up, keep doing so. Maybe we have to create new organizations. I'm not for ending the profession, but it certainly needs to change. As part of this, social work education and professional organizations must root out racist policies and practices and revise curriculum, instruction, and undergo organizational reform to include field education. The long-standing separation of micro, meso, and macro practice must end within social work education programs. Students must be equipped with advanced knowledge in each of these areas. We can never end racism if we don't do so. It is also necessary to develop an anti-racist social work workforce that promotes access to resources, opportunities, and transdisciplinary collaboration and advances community empowerment to build racial equity. Only then will the profession be ready to advocate for anti-racist policies and practices throughout society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Martell and Melissa. That was such a good presentation with so many great ideas. Really quick reminder to people who are watching, you can submit questions for all of our panelists via Facebook, the chat there, or there's a link right in the YouTube page, right at the top of the page. But first, Martell and Melissa, there are so many questions that I would like to ask you. We don't have a ton of time, but I want to start with, I'm so glad that you brought up the ASWB. The outright refusal of the ASWB, the Association of Social Work Boards, to release their data on testing outcomes by race is so deeply problematic. I think social work needs to start a movement to abolish the ASWB because it's just ridiculous at this point. What do you think, what needs to happen here? How can social workers, maybe people who are watching who don't know about this problem, who don't know that the ASWB refuses to release their data, what would you like to see social workers advocating for?
Well, we've been working on this for some time at the National Association of Deans and Directors for Social Work. And my colleagues, before I even started this, maybe for almost a generation, they've been pushing for this. So change needs to take place. We're in concert. I mean, we're in communication with the CEO of ASWB now. But I would agree with you, Alan. Should they not reform and change? One, maybe another organization needs to be created and another way of licensing professionals. We think licensing is good for the profession. We can remember a time when it wasn't there. But again, we have an organization that Melissa talked about that separated itself 60 years ago because it said, if you move forward with licensing as we see it now, it will leave out the Black community. And that is exactly what's happening. And so we have this whole separate organization and we need to welcome them back into the fold. And again, as Melissa stated, the exam should not just be about mainstream knowledge. That is subjugated knowledge. It should look at Black feminist theory, critical race theory, Afrocentric theories, and others. Then our Anglo-American brothers and sisters who have to understand and research and relate to what it means in some short notion of what it means to be Black and human at the same time.
And historically, NABSW, we oppose the test for the outcomes that we see right now or don't see. But we know as practitioners, and I have over 80 that work with me, that with practitioners, what a difficult challenge they have to pass this test. It is very complicated, it is complex, and the answer to that is not for me to write questions for the test. It's to do a critical evaluation of what is wrong with the test and why it has such biases, why you can graduate that. What the test demonstrates is that you're a good test taker, not that you're a quality practitioner. And it's more important that you are a quality practitioner because some of the best practitioners that I know, as exhibited by the people that they serve, cannot and have difficulty passing the test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm really very grateful to have leaders, both of you, that are so strongly advocating for this change because I think it's necessary. Very necessary.
Let me say, I actually passed the test on my first time. I gave my license up years ago. So But that doesn't work for the masses of people. Trying to contort your brain to think like other groups, that just doesn't work for everyone.
And I took the test to be a LMSW right out of school, which is much easier to do than when you've been practicing for 3 years. But I will say this, when I came out of school over 25 years ago, you would did that if you wanted to be a clinician. I've never wanted to be a micro practitioner. I've always wanted to work in macro work, because I understand that the change begins from the top. We need to make changes in regulations and the way that we service. Is now changed to everyone needs to pass this test.
Yeah, well, thanks. Again, I'm really grateful for all of your advocacy on this work. I think we're going to bring up our other panelists because we have a couple audience questions now for everyone. So if we can load the first question. Let's see, how do white students react to BIPOC students being provided with space to explore their own experiences away from the white gaze? I know that's probably relevant to all of you who presented today, but anyone want to have some thoughts about that?
I can speak on that. Oftentimes, my white students are a little off-put when being put in a space with white people, you know, and I find that very interesting because they've been in white spaces all their lives. And so to actually be put in a space where you actually have to talk about whiteness and, you know, what team white people and the things that they do and the, you know, for the glory of whiteness, it's sometimes it's upsetting for them, and they don't even know what to do or what to say when talking about that, you know, talking about, you know, the history and, you know, and their role and their complicity in racism and white supremacy.
I can also
go ahead.
Like the experience of being the student who is called out, right? I have been in situations where I didn't really understand how I was being complicit. And I would say that, like, I have been the defensive student. I've been like the one who does the white tears. And I think also being challenged to know that, like, not all academic spaces need to be the idea of the safe space. I think that knowing that we do need to be challenged to grow. And also something that, like, it took me a long time to unpack these things and a lot of revisiting. And so for me, it took a lot of, like, thinking back on experiences where, like, I'd faced those embarrassments and had to explore those things. And I've had, like, a lot of people who have been very kind to me in the process of that. But I don't think it's their job to educate me on those things, right? And I have to try and go out of my way to do those things, to, like, unpack some of my own privileges and yeah. So.
There's a panoply of processes that students go through. I think Margaret articulated that well, from acceptance to denial to anger, just like death and dying. And it takes a while for us to realize that we need a new level of consciousness. And that's what Margaret was just describing. And that's why it's so hard to teach these courses, because in that 15 or 16 weeks, people don't necessarily go through all those stages, but they do get your course evaluations during that time.
Okay, then let's see, we have, this is for specific to the last presentation, but may be applicable to everyone. Many of these groups hire 1 or 2 Black people and then purport to have a diverse group. How can we get individuals who understand critical race theory to become part of these groups? Any thoughts on that?
So as a psychologist, counseling psychologist, Thomas Parham said, there's a wide gulf between color and consciousness. So just hiring Black people people of darker hues, that's doesn't necessarily mean anything. And so we need change in terms of critical consciousness and decolonizing the curriculum across the board. People will feel much more comfortable then. So the notion of diversity, equity, and inclusion really has to be systematic, and programs need a assessment and a framework where they have ongoing analysis of what's going on, as well as outlets for minoritized populations to express who they are in terms of the equitable approaches to tenure and promotion, as well as advancement, as well as their ideals in the workplace.
And it's so important because we do a disservice to students not having them to have access to leadership, Black leadership, leadership of color. If you graduate from the School of Social Work and you never had a Black instructor, you never had an instructor of color, that's a disservice. And it's very difficult because very often you have students who graduate who's never taken instruction from Black people. It should be required that there's cross-cultural field practice placement, that you should learn and have the experience of seeing others in leadership so you can respect that and that be a part of your experience. There's very few Black people who have been through their education and career who have gone through so with a PhD and not have a white instructor. That's almost impossible. So we need to make sure that we diversify because it's in the best interest of all students and the field to have that experience from the beginning of your education throughout your working experience.
I think also, I try to make sure in the classroom when we talk about, their diverse lifestyles, like growing up, oftentimes I hear students say they went to a diverse school and I have to correct them and saying that, do you mean you had diverse classmates? And what does that mean? You know what I mean? Are you just saying because there's one person, then that meant it was diversity? And what does true diversity look like, right? Diversity, when you say this term, means that there were people in power that also look like the people that were sitting in the spaces next to you. And so making sure that our students also know about terms and words and that they have meaning and that it needs to be, move forward in that. And so that helps also, in addition to our other two panelists and what they said.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great point by clarifying those what people mean when they say diverse or diversity. I think we have a couple more questions. Let's see. So the next one from Lorena Del Carmen. How about creating a test or scenarios that test for whiteness belief systems that perpetuate harm? So many MSW students graduate without engaging fully in their privileges and will go on to cause harm. Yeah, so I think that's probably related to our conversation about ASWB. But what do y'all think of that? What could schools of social work be doing generally? Or on some kind of licensure test to ensure that their whiteness or their belief systems aren't going to perpetuate harm when they're out in the field?
I guess I'll start. I think that is going into some dangerous territory because we can't create or recreate scenarios that will fit every single situation. I think oftentimes we get bogged down with, especially in the classroom and that I see is that, or in any other spaces that that are purporting to want to do some change, is that they want solutions first without really looking at themselves and doing that self-interrogation first. You have to do that in order to be able to have a better understanding of what you're up against. And so if you're constantly asking, well, what do I do in this situation? Then you're not really looking at how your role and how you're complicit in the situation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm more so on the side of, there's starting to be some buzz of a conversation about certification of people and diversity, inclusion, and equity, and how we do that. That's more so. There's enough tests out there. We can look at the Harvard University implicit bias test that you can have students take. So the many tools that are out there already without doing something that may be very controversial and litigious.
And also to advance to a leadership level in a lot of these organizations and big organizations, you have to go through a battery of testing for them to see if you're a good fit, right? To see if you have, there's no right answer or no wrong answer, but it does demonstrate, how you fit in this society and how you work when you're at the table. is now you don't need that same kind of testing to work in the field, but when you advance, you need that type of testing. So I think there are some ways, in the way Martell says, that we really need to look at, are you receiving that education and have you mastered that information in order to be able to be an advanced practitioner and to work to do liberation work in the community. And it cannot be done by white people exclusively, because very soon DEI is going to be owned by the majority of this country. They're going to determine who's DEI without reaching out to people who are part of these communities to be a part of developing that structure.
And I do think it comes to education again, right? If we're testing MSW students, like I am a teaching assistant right now as a PhD student, and part of my job is to be looking for some of these biases that people hold, these implicit biases that they're writing about, not taking a strengths-informed perspective. And if we're not learning this within the education system, or not being challenged on these things within critical self-reflection, then I think that this is that's where the issue actually lies before going into practice.
Thanks, and I think we have time for one final question from the audience. For Teasley and Haley, could you talk more about anti-racist field education beyond more placements in communities of color?
I think it should be a requirement to have cross-cultural training in field education. I think it should be a requirement for you to learn from people who don't look like you or come from your environment. I think that helps the practitioner grow so they can see strength in leadership in other places. In Southern University, we have there's plenty opportunity for people of color to work for people who are not of color. There are plenty of opportunities for that. But when does that happen in reverse? And how do we ensure that that experience is taking place? That you really need to learn from people who are from the community, who are vested, have lived and learned experience that is beyond demonstrating that you have credentials. Some places you cannot be a field practical instructor unless you're an LCSW. So if that's the case, then are you automatically limiting who you can learn from just based on that requirement alone? So it makes some challenges in there, but it should be a requirement across the board that happens.
So only thing I'll add to that, and I agree with everything Melissa said, is that let's look at the model from my HBCU. She mentioned Southern there, but there's Howard, there's Morgan, there's many HBCUs that do just what the person is talking about here in terms of anti-racist practices in field education.
Well, thanks to all of our panelists. This was a great session to kick off our final day. I know I'm going to rewatch all of these. I appreciate all of you for being part of our symposium today. We're going to take about a 20-minute break till 1:30 Central, 2:30 Eastern, and then we'll be back with our final panel presentation on anti-racist and anti-oppressive practice. So please see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're so glad to have you for this final segment of the symposium. I'm Sandra Crew, Dean and Professor of Social Work at Howard University. I am so pleased to see all of you today. We are going to start our fourth panel, and the topic of the fourth panel is anti-racist, anti-oppressive social work education and practice. Now, as a practitioner, scholar practitioner, I'm particularly excited about this final presentation series. I'm excited because to actualize what we've been talking about for the other parts, we must really find a way to integrate it into our practice. And for that reason, I am indeed uh, thinking about what we can take away from the presentations that we will hear. So, in the presentations that we will hear in this session, we will talk about elevating the role of resistance over resilience, unleashing our imagination to what an anti racist future looks like. And we will end with talking about infusing your resistance and imagination into the curriculum. So again, I am excited that we are ending in this way. In some way, colleagues, it feels like a commencement. You know, when we bring all of our students together and we're able to say, this is what we have accomplished. So moving forward, I would like to introduce our first panel for this afternoon. Carolyn Sharkey. Caroline Sharkey is a clinical supervisor and psychotherapist at Project Family with 25 years of experience in education and community mental health. As a doctoral student at the UGA School of Social Work, her research centers on the impact of trauma and historical trauma on urban communities and collective efficacy. Her work as an educator addresses curriculum violence using culturally sustaining pedagogies and trauma-informed teaching. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Christopher Strickland. Christopher Strickland received his MSW from the University of Georgia, where he provided research assistance to UGA's Foot Soldier Project for the Civil Rights Studies. He supported several of the project's completed work, including the co-production of Mary Frances Early, The Quiet Trailblazer. Most recently, he has worked as a doctoral graduate assistant at UGA School of Social Work, where he has assisted in projects ranging from local program evaluation to social work conceptual thought pieces. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
And finally, Dr. Jennifer Elkins. Jennifer is an associate professor at the University of Georgia School of Social Work. She has 20 years of clinical social work practice, research, and teaching expertise as it relates to the complex interpersonal and historical trauma experienced by members of the community. Her scholarship broadly focuses on an understanding of the impact of trauma, violence, and abuse over the life course. And also, she focuses on addressing trauma through transdisciplinary, multisystemic, culturally sustaining, and trauma-informed approaches to prevention and intervention. Jennifer states on her brief bio that she's passionate, and I would say that represents the entire panel. When you read about them, you will hear their passion come through. So now with that, we will begin with their presentation, Resisting Curriculum Violence and Developing Anti-Oppression, Trauma-Informed, Culturally Sustaining Approaches to Social Work Education and Practice. Welcome, colleagues.
Incredible. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Colleagues, fellow change agents, activists, and friends. I'm honored to be here with my decolonizing partner in crime and fellow second-year doctoral colleague from UGA School of Social Work, Caroline Sharkey, as well as Dr. Jennifer Elkins, esteemed associate professor and fearless thought leader at the very same school I call home. I thank you for tuning into our presentation, Resisting Curriculum Violence and Developing Anti-Oppressive Trauma-Informed, Culturally Sustaining Approaches for Social Work Education. Packed title, I know, but with only about 20 minutes to discuss how social work education might reorient its practices, we took some liberties with branding. Through a genealogical tracing of the profession of social work, diffracted through a mosaic of theoretical frameworks to include liberation psychology, racial formation theory, deconstructionist concepts of Freire, Foucault, Derrida, and a host of many others, one comes to a startling conclusion. Social work is an institution of power that regulates and disciplines target populations by sanctioning knowledge claims through systematic normative prescriptions. Accordingly, social work education is a normalizing disciplinary mechanism by virtue of its practice. We codify the human experience. We justify colonial modes of intervention in the name of white heteronormative proclamations of quote unquote well-being and the social good. Educationally, the primary objective is to subject potential practitioners to spaces of socialization, which are themselves based on hegemonic principles of pathology and deviance. This politically designated Vitruvian man becomes our lived ethical code, our successful outcome and program evaluations, the template through which we force groups of seemingly quote-unquote deviants to fit in order to satisfy our role as social control agents in capitalistic society. What can be, and as we will contend, has been the result of our profession's unchecked power is curriculum violence in our educational settings. How do we disrupt this? How do we begin to invert hierarchies of power and knowledge production in virtue of the ethics that guide our practice and research endeavors? In the face of all this, we hope our presentation today sustains a healthy deconstruction of social work as a profession and institution of power and provides an integrative overview of current approaches to cultural diversity and social justice education. This will naturally include delineating the risk of curriculum violence and operating from white normative pedagogy. Subsequently, we will identify strategies to incorporate anti-oppressive, trauma-informed, culturally sustaining pedagogies into social work education that can work to dismantle curriculum violence and its impact on social work. I hand it off to Caroline.
Thank you, Chris. I want to start with a story, an important story from an educator, Stephanie Jones. She writes, in elementary school, my teacher made me pick cotton. She brought each student their own plant, and her goal was to make us understand how hard cotton is to pick. It has only been a couple of years since I began to tell this story in public. I kept it a secret for a couple of reasons. First, as a small child, I trusted my teacher and did not allow myself to believe that she would cause me or any other students harm. Second, after some years passed, I was ashamed that it had taken me this long to understand the impact of what had happened. I understand now that this experience is the reason why I later learned to hate family tree assignments, especially those that included pictures. How do you explain to your classmates and your teacher that your family is not missing, but the assignment will always be incomplete because you don't know their names or have pictures of them? My story and many others like it are examples of school-based racial trauma, a type of physical or emotional injury uniquely impacting Black and brown children in school spaces. Her words bring to mind an idea of curriculum violence. She reminds us that it's detrimental to students from historically marginalized and minoritized groups in P through 12, as well as higher educational systems. But it does not have to be deliberate or purposeful. Intentionality is not a prerequisite for harmful teaching. Intentionality is also not a prerequisite for racism. Curriculum violence occurs when educators and curriculum writers have constructed a set of lessons that damage or otherwise adversely affect students intellectually and emotionally.
Congruent to Frantz Fanon's conceptualization of violence as a pervasive byproduct of the Western colonial condition, violence is a process that divides the world into compartments and people into different species. It constructs pervasive contradictory binaries that forcibly stratify groups in the categories of inferiority and supremacy, substantiated by objectifying ideologies of normative existence. In educational settings, this routinely manifests as curriculum violence, where socially constructed difference is leveraged as a teaching tool. Although the intention of violence is not a prerequisite for the performance of violence, systems of curriculum violence involve the deliberate manipulation of academic programming to the detriment of the intellectual or psychological well-being of learners inhabiting these educational spaces. Genogramming and family tree constructions without supplemental reflexivity training or guidance become microaggressive role plays that can reenact histories of trauma for students from historically marginalized communities. What can routinely result is re-victimization, re-experiencing, and othering, with a focus on self-reflection and a disregard of reflexivity and critical consciousness.
Our work today is about decolonizing, decentering, and reorienting curriculum. Guides for this work are available to those that are interested in resources at the end of this presentation, highlighting various social work and other programs that have begun this critical task. Feel free to reach out to us for any additional information or these materials. We also point to the article by Tuck and Yang in 2012 as a seminal piece to call attention to decolonization of syllabi, but we also call into this space the crucial critique of this pivotal piece by Garba and Sorrentino this past year that challenges the work moving forward to be inclusive of the nuances and the complexities of the term decolonizing, to include sensitivity to issues of historical trauma, enslavement, economic injustices, and oppression of historically marginalized and excluded peoples broadly.
It's in this vein that we move to incorporate this centrality of historical trauma, structural racism, and white supremacy into our understanding of trauma-informed care, to really go beyond the buzzword of trauma-informed care and include a culturally specific lens. Trauma-informed care as an organizing framework can ensure that our teaching, our research, our practice emphasizes a more culturally inclusive understanding of resilience and culturally specific values, beliefs, traditions, practices, and ways of knowing, being, and doing that might mitigate risk. And this has been, really nicely highlighted in yesterday's panel presentations, as well as in multiple panel presentations this afternoon. So again, I want to highlight that there have been a lot of really wonderful work being done by colleagues in other schools, across schools of social work and in the field, to really provide a roadmap for what trauma-informed care might look like in the classroom, as well as in higher education, including, again, throughout this conference and here today. And in particular, to examine and look at to what extent our policies, practice, and procedures reflect core principles you see in this image, which I really prefer as an organizing framework for trauma-informed care, because it balances equally both a commitment to trauma awareness as well as an understanding of the impact of historical trauma and oppression. So we move towards culturally sustaining pedagogies from the field of education, which you can see highlighted by 2 tweets by Dr. Django Paris here. So culturally sustaining practices, again, come from a field of education that center practices that view historically marginalized and excluded students' home and community cultural practices as resources to honor, explore, and extend. It requires that our teaching practices are more than just being responsive or relevant to the cultural experiences and practices of students of color. It celebrates resilience, resistance, rebellion, restoration, joy, and freedom dreaming. As Dr. Paris urges, we need to shift away from deficit and difference models and embrace the resources and assets of as they pertain to people, to communities, and lands.
Latz and Billings in 1995 explored resource pedagogies and shone a light on the critical need to address education for students of color, and in turn, students belonging to other historically marginalized populations, those marginalized by systemic oppressive systems based on race, language, ethnicity, gender identity, and culture, and to deconstruct the traditional deficit-focused thinking in American education. So we argue, much like our colleagues yesterday, Vanessa Garby and Dr. Tiffany Baflor, that culturally disruptive pedagogies as positive by San Pedro and culturally sustaining pedagogies combined with praxis changes throughout MSW programs, then we can reorient the foundational socialization to our profession with long-term impacts. It is imperative to embrace these changes as structural in nature and shift in the mindset established by the Academy. We need to move from deficit and difference to resource and asset-based.
Consequently, we advocate moving toward decolonizing models in social work educational systems. And for social work, this means looking closely at our origins as a profession and grappling with the dichotomy of roles that we inhabit, including advocates for wellness and also agents of social control. We also need to be thoughtful about the nuances of the very concept of decolonization as it pertains to Black, Indigenous, people of color, as historically marginalized people, in the nuanced and unique ways colonialization has impacted each place and populations in ways that need to be understood and honored. Not doing so risks being locked into the dangerous binary of settler colonial social constructs and identities that strip people of their stories, the resonance of their racial trauma, and their own relevant practices and literacies. Additionally, social workers need to understand the history and current issues created by colonialization and enslavement to work more effectively with communities, clients, and even one another. We must stop centralizing the white heteronormative standard as central in the current hub and spoke approach to social work education, and everything outside of this dominant narrative is other, and reorient learning experiences to being more inclusive. This begins in social work education.
We're witnessing firsthand a new wave of social resistance in our society. This is an opportunity to begin to remedy the missteps in our profession in order to guide the next generation of social workers to embody social justice. We need to embody accountability and reorient our stance in culturally sustaining and relevant practices, asset-based research, and socially just policies. While there are 682,000 social workers in the United States, there are only 2 social work senators and 4 social work members of Congress. Compare that to the 1.35 million lawyers in the United States and countless members of Senate and Congress in this vein. We need to be at this table. To prepare ourselves for this new wave and engage in action, we want to spend the next section to offer prescriptions to help reorient curriculum, organizational supports, and prepare all social work students to meet the core mission of our profession in ways that embrace deconstruction of white supremacy. It is imperative to embrace these changes again as structural in nature and a shift in the mindset established by the Academy. We need to understand that we have to get comfortable being uncomfortable in order to enact change and to draw from work being done in anti-oppression, anti-racism, and decentering and decolonization in order to be effective in creating cohesion in our programs and promote the equitable learning experiences of all students. We need to align our mission to work to enhance the well-being of vulnerable people, professionals who work to touch the very pulse of life and foster spaces of empowerment with an understanding that resilience is only required in the face of continued oppression and hardship, something that we are tasked with working to deconstruct. We need to consider our accountability as a profession. So we propose that schools of social work operate from the Kiel Manifesto for Decolonizing the Curriculum. This is 11 principles, and we encourage administrators and faculty, as well as doctoral students, who are the future of this profession and the Academy, to review and understand these principles. But this is more than just adjusting syllabi, y'all. We need to transform activities in classrooms and how racism and power and oppression are taught and discussed. This includes prioritizing historically minoritized scholars and practitioners, integrating history and policy classes that unlearn traditional American approaches to dominant histories and engage the use of constructivist, multimodal activities. We need to engage our senses and our creativity and use digital resources that bring the voices, histories, and experiences of underrepresented people and communities into our classrooms. Wanting to become a social worker does not automatically equate exposure to or proximity with reflexive knowledge of power dynamics, authentic history, or hierarchies of race, class, and gender. We need to teach and guide these processes.
The day-to-day practices on which the profession rests and which sustain the profession reproduce whiteness. Current cultural diversity instruction that doesn't untangle white normativity from its practice and can simply perpetuate deficit stereotyping and model differences as the inevitable reality of the human condition. Traditional biopsychosocial assessments, tools, and circuits of diagnosis normed on predominantly white samples fail to appropriately assess the experiences of historically marginalized communities and consequently perpetuate socially constituted binaries. Case vignettes and role-playing can at times engage racial reenactments that, again, without a supplementary deconstructionist component, run the risk of perpetuating destructive stereotypes. Decolonizing social work entails many dimensions, which includes identifying destructive beliefs and practices, reclaiming indigenous beliefs and practices, and learning from successful decolonization to improve social work practice with indigenous and non-indigenous populations. Decentralizing whiteness and anti-oppressive stances works toward a more integrated model of culturally sustaining education. We need to stop teaching white students how to be social workers in historically marginalized spaces and focus on teaching social work students how to dismantle oppression in all spaces, not as fleeting fixtures to human empowerment, but as direct stakeholders in a discourse to invert hierarchies of power and the betterment of our collective ecology. We offer that the term reorienting embodies these concepts and offers a neutral nomenclature that is inclusive of all aspects of anti-oppression.
The goal is to socialize self-aware, competent social workers to our profession. Learning about the other is currently supplemented in programs with curricular activities that intend to guide students in a self-reflective process. And we make pedagogic assumptions that to know oneself better is to work better with people, including those that identify with different racial and cultural identities than ourselves. But it's unclear exactly what self-knowledge and awareness involves or what the relationship is between starting with ourselves and practicing anti-racist social work. As Donna Jeffries states, when self-reflexivity involves in large part an examination of white privilege and discussion of whiteness and its practices, then what happens in classrooms? So we are asking that we consider the ways that role plays, enactments, and case vignettes reinforce curriculum violence. We ask to redesign psychosocial assessments, the templates being used to bring whole person healing-centered and root them in anti-oppressiveness. We need to develop integrated anti-oppressive reflexivity guides to better inform students of this process, to decentralize whiteness, presumptive roles of self, and engage critical awareness and consciousness raising using multimodal creative processes. We want to move from allyship to accomplice and standing in solidarity with one another. So we consider developing a task force at the CSWE level to refresh these reflexive approaches, including student and practitioner-driven case vignette submissions based on field experiences to help bolster more productive learning experiences that reflect culturally sustaining pedagogies.
Additionally, field is the signature pedagogy of social work education. As such, our suggestions for reorienting field placements include centralizing newly expanded competencies to include anti-racism, anti-oppression, and focus student experiences to exploring this framework in their field settings. Evaluation should include issues of anti-oppression and anti-racism. Next, we need to recognize the elephant in the room, supportively and democratically, and that is that unpaid internships are realities, but the dynamics are very delicate. Give voice to student concerns and use institutional privileges to make a difference. It only builds your authenticity and models good behavior for your students. Additionally, when applying for grants, consider ways to include student interns with stipends. We also suggest a shift to integrated site placements and progression of inclusive field sites, as opposed to heavy reliance on micro social work placements. This includes working to support field education programs to promote integrated placement sites where practitioners can develop practice skills in various levels of the human ecology. We also suggest webinar-based trainings for all identified field placements on social work, social justice, anti-oppression, and trauma-informed practices to orient field sites congruently.
The CSWE's 9 competencies describe knowledge and skills that every student in an accredited program must gain for effective practice. As more attention is being brought to the rampant violence, police brutality, and social and economic disparities experienced by people of color, the CSWE must be explicit in its educational goals. Right now, they are revising the competencies for 2022, and it is imperative to support their use of anti-racist and anti-oppression within these competencies. So we want to fight for the recently released revisions in the drafted EPAS to include these terms. Most importantly, we suggest that schools of social work integrate outside anti-oppression and anti-racism trainings in the next 2 years with a goal to train all administrators, faculties, and instructors and any support staff. Faculty should be identified as to be trained as trainers in these models for sustainability. I understand as a longtime administrator the cost limitations of this suggestion, but I want to say right now that the use of well-vetted training such as Undoing Racism from the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond and Race Forward are manageable expenses. At this point in our profession's story, there are no excuses for the inability to train faculty and students. This is an issue of acute priority. With these train the trainer models, then we can offer incoming MSW orientations, a suggested 1 to 2 day intensive anti-oppression training to instill strong practices from the onset of the program, to provide an initial framework for reflexive practice for all students and for reflexive scholarship, to create collegiality in the process of unlearning and decentering whiteness and dominant culture, and to create model safe spaces for students of color and other historically marginalized students that are at a different level in this process. So we call for the CSWE to standardize, additionally, a potential training opportunity. We would like for the CSWE to use an anti-oppressive pedagogical training certificate, an asynchronous webinar model for all doctoral students in order to graduate from their programs. This is a way that we can prepare future faculty, administrators, and researchers. We also want to encourage, as other presenters have, the increased use of CEU offerings for social work field practice sites.
So how do we get to this sustained change? A combination of practice change, system change, and knowledge change can help us shift from a trauma-inducing environment to a trauma-reducing environment to ultimately trauma prevention. And this really includes a combination of really not just what we were talking about today, but the culmination of all the prior conference presentations that we see as a model example of what a potential asynchronous pedagogy training can look like for current and future faculty. And this is our final slide, thanking you. And I just want to give a nod to both Caroline and Chris as examples of how faculty like myself should have the opportunity to learn from the next generation of upcoming faculty. And if you would like to reach out to us, please feel free. And we also have some additional resources that we'd be happy to provide. Chris and Caroline, I don't know if you had any additional final comments.
You know, this is an amazing opportunity to be able to talk with you all. And these last 2 days, witnessing our colleagues present such powerful material, I feel that we are offering a supplement to some amazing ideas. And if we can put all of these things into work immediately, because we have gotten to a point where these are no longer prescriptions, these are requirements. We have to move forward in the right way so that we can re-socialize our profession and socialize new social workers in a way that is meaningful and helps to dismantle white supremacy. And I am just so thankful for you all to join us today.
Thank you, colleagues. I think you demonstrated what I started off with the conversation about, you being passionate. And what I also appreciate is that you're already changing the pedagogy when we bring students into the discourse. So I appreciate that. Now, it was said that you had a packed title, but you also had chock full of information, your presentation. So thank you for that. It was indeed a thought-provoking presentation, and I so much appreciated that. Caroline started me off reflecting upon those, I don't even know if I want to call them microaggressions, because they were pretty macro in retrospect. When you look at the example of the cotton. And I bet you those individuals online are really thinking about when it happened to them. And there could be just a narrative on when it had happened to you and how it has impacted you in future life. So thank you for taking that risk to share that with us. I appreciate that. Now, there's going to be opportunities for Q&A, but there are a couple things that started to run through my mind with your presentation. And I'd like you to respond to at least one of those. The first one is simply my comment. social work education starts with the application. So we can't wait to get into the classroom. We have to really have an understanding of those who are applying to become social workers, that we are a social justice, radical social justice profession. So certainly we'll have the opportunity in the 2 to 4 years that we get you there. But we really would like to start with an understanding, or you understand the values of our profession. That's my song, and I'm kind of sticking with that. But here's your question. Course evaluations. You know, this violence, this violence that you talked about, this curricular violence, how can course evaluations begin to detect some of this violence that's in the classroom? You know, because you talked about intention versus outcomes. So what would your response to be? How should we think about course evaluations as a part of this decolonization process?
I do have one quick thought about that, and then I'll pass the mic to both Caroline and Chris. There's I don't remember the name of this study that came out a few years ago that found that adding an orientation at the beginning that identifies and names the bias that exists in course evaluations in the introduction and calls attention to that as a possible impact has a significant impact in changing how students respond to course evaluations. And that was a study that was done with gender in a non-social work setting. And I would really like to see our profession move towards evaluating and incorporating that more deeply. But I know that Chris and Caroline probably have additional thoughts on this.
Chris?
Yeah, just the discussions about evaluations inevitably come back to what we're evaluating. And something that I think will move us forward is essentially deconstructing language hegemonies in our evaluation and assessment tools, and allowing for students to express their intellectual intrigue and their engagement through ways outside of the written word. So that's definitely one thing. And I believe the other thing is that we need to, from a preconceptual level, even before we evaluate, is deconstruct this notion that even the people that are assessing have these unseen, unnaturalized orientations to the world, you know, like our perspectives are not sterilized. And I think preconceptually, we need to deconstruct in some of the same ways that Darrett has been suggesting, and all the new materialist thought that is coming out recently, to engage that preconceptually before we even get to evaluation.
The only thing I'll add to these brilliant comments, because I know we have to move on to the next panel, is that we stand a chance of losing some of the essence of this work when we think in terms of the evaluation as a step, before we start to recenter the notion of a space being constructivist in its pedagogy and a co-collaborative learning environment. When we decolonize and recenter our curriculum, we shift the power dynamics. And when we shift the power dynamics, we create a space by which there's authenticity to the evaluation of the efficacy of that classroom. And I think this is a big change. I've been an educator a long time, and I know how uncomfortable changes like this can be.
Mm-hmm.
I swear by the power of bringing those voices into the room and creating co-collaborative and co-creative spaces as the essence of what we do as social work professionals. We need to do them in our classrooms too.
Thank you, colleagues. And I know there'll be more questions when we come back together shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for that wonderful panel. We're now moving to our next panel discussion that we'll be talking about building the skills of imagination for an anti-racist future. We start with Charlotte Cannon-Yearwood.
Hello.
Hello, Charlotte. We are again excited to have you here. Charlotte Cannon-Yearwood is a licensed social worker, having earned her MSSW from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. She is also about liberation. And you know, I am all about liberation. What does this have to do with the liberation of my people? So she is focused on social justice and community. She believes that until all of us are free, none of us are free, and sees therapy, education, and effective services for the community as a part of liberation work. Welcome. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Shay Davis. Hello, Shay. So good to see you.
Hi.
Shay Davis is a partner, poet, farmer, mom, and associate professor of English at Delta College and an MSW candidate. I love you throwing out all of those multiple identities. I too can share that farmer identity with you.
Oh,
so,
good.
Yes, I can do that. She is an advocate for equity and anti-oppression through radical self-awareness and experiential learning. Shay specializes in teaching social justice through the power of language. She has spoken on radical self-awareness, ethics, equity, the history of American racism, and cognition in India, Canada, and all over the United States. So I really would like to welcome my two colleagues, and we are looking forward to hearing your presentation on building the skills of imagination for an anti-racist future. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. As she said, I'm Charla. Shay's been kind enough to give me the floor to kind of kick things off today. And I requested that of her because I sit here with you guys in my proud Indianapolis t-shirt today. As some of you all know, probably seen on the news, we experienced a mass shooting last night. And I want to take a moment and acknowledge that because I'm sitting here before you all, presenting and bringing forth this conversation, also concerned in the back of my mind and kind of wondering, do I know someone who was harmed last night and how close that is going to hit home? So the very unfortunate thing is that I know a lot of people listening in to this conversation have had some kind of similar experience because that's where we're at this point. Mass shootings have happened, to so many communities, and so many of us have approximation to terrorism across the world. And we're just dealing with that at such a high level right now. And again, I say all that to say, what we're taught, I just want to make sure we ground and remember that all this stuff that we're talking about social work, getting it together, and us actually doing anti-oppressive work, there are lives on the line. There are people who are dying because social workers are more concerned with promotion and tenure, title acquisition, opportunity, a paycheck, than we are the very direct harm that our agencies, our organizations, our colleagues are doing. And we're just pretending like it's not there and just kind of gaslighting the community as if, we're just out here doing social justice work. Like, are we? So I just kind of want to ground the conversation and just make very real that if you don't get it, if you believe the lie that white people are somehow inherently better than other people, and that we should live in a society that has these rules of what's right and wrong so that we can maintain othering of who's included and who's not included, if that's what you believe in, then you can go to all the presentations, read all the books, do all the conference activities. It's not going to change anything. I just want to kind of ground and root before we begin just the very real consequences of what we're talking about, and just be true to this work because I came into this profession for a reason. And it's disappointing and disheartening to not feel like we're all on the same page. I came to social work to burn it down, to get loud, to get messy, to save people, to not save people, but for healing. I wanted liberation. And yeah. I just hope, I hope we can get to that.
Absolutely.
Sorry, thank you for
No,
letting
that's
me do that little
beautiful.
tangent.
Well, so I'll take over just a little bit, and
Yeah.
no, it's beautiful and it's true. And what we're going to do for you today is a little bit different than reading our paper because, as you heard, I am an associate professor of English. I've been teaching college for 20 years. I know you can't tell, but so when I came to do my retirement career, which was going to be social work and social work, both counseling and policy change, I really was expecting to be challenged and moved in my courses. And I came to social work, and you can go to the next slide, Charlotte. I came to social work instead of other programs, like not counseling, not anything like that, not psychology. One, because I understood the MSW as a terminal degree, and I then assumed that this would be a substantive program. And two, because social work promised me social justice. So in my experience as a student in social work, I have found that social justice is just a tiny bit out of reach. And it's out of reach in this very uneven way, right? There are some schools that are very serious about it. And then there are other schools that don't do the work. And it's a little surprising to me in a field that is seeming to be so standardized that it can be different. So what we're doing today is we're having an open conversation. So please jump your questions into, I don't know if we have chat today, but we're having an open conversation between us, myself as an educator and a student at the moment, and Charlotte as an educator and licensed social worker.
Yeah,
so
adjunct.
We've come from different sides of the same coin. And one of the things that was interesting to us is this idea of not even knowing what the future could look like. It's the difference between abolition and reform. While abolition is hard for a lot of people to understand, we've seen reform in so many different ways, and we've seen how it's not exactly getting the job done. And so we're looking at looking for a different future, looking for a different way. And do we know how to even do that? Do we have the wherewithal and the moment to process, to look forward and look at something that is not already there? So we're thinking about imagination as the ability to produce and to simulate novel objects, people, and ideas in the mind without any immediate input of the senses. So essentially what that's saying is, can you see it when it's not there? What does that have to do with social work and anti-oppression? So many social workers who are working in the field are always behind a gun, right? Always behind the 8 ball, always looking for money, always looking for, because it's a hard job. And our dominant culture here in the United States doesn't really understand why we would bother. So people are pressed. People are pressed in academia as well, again, for the same reasons, tenure and promotion and grant finding and publish or perish and all these other things. And so we understand that there are these external pressures, internal pressures that are pushing both in and out when it comes to how we do social work and how we teach social work. But we made a promise with our code. We made a promise to our clients. We made a promise to our students. We made promises to each other to be advocates for social justice. And anti-oppression is one of the ways writ large that we can understand social justice. And I am here to tell you as a newbie, I don't know that we're fulfilling our promise. So we're going to do a different kind of presentation for you to give us the opportunity to imagine together. The last group, weren't they outstanding? Gave you excellent grounding and foundation in we need this, but we know we need this. We have had 4 great sessions over the course of a year that have told us, yep, we need this. We have had people talk about history. We've had people talk about what they're doing in their different schools, projects that worked and didn't work, projects that are coming and that are still moving forward. So let's take this moment and as a culmination for all of this wonderful year-long project, think about what could it be or how could it be? We're going to let you in on some closed door conversation. You ready, Charlotte?
Yeah, we're going to just chat, talk, be ourselves, right?
So
I'm self-employed. I can be myself.
I want to hear about your fantasy fictional novel. Like, that's interesting because I've got a story to tell about that.
Fantasy fiction.
Yeah.
So my favorite book of all time is The Giver.
Really?
I
Why?
love The Giver. I know it's kind of dystopian, right?
I mean,
but this idea that he like this first, I understand the intention behind The Giver is to, so we're just basically nerdy Black girls who like to read, by the way, everybody. So like the intention of this community to keep everyone safe, and by having this one person is going to conserve all of the memories, and then he gives counsel with that knowledge in an intention to keep everybody safe, but with that no one knows color at all. They see in black and white, and they don't know grandparents, and they don't know temperatures of the sun. Like they lose so much access to I often think about I talk to friends and stuff. Me and my husband actually came up with this, that kind of the woke moment is like in The Wizard of Oz, when everything's black and white and then you come out in color.
Yeah.
And the whole world is different. Like, yay, you get to see the flowers bloom and all the different varieties, but you also now see pain and hurt in a way that you couldn't see before when you saw life in black and white. And so I just love that book because of that dynamic. That's my favorite book, The Giver.
What is that? How do you see that in social work?
It makes me because my love for that book, and that book taught me a fear of everyone needs to look and live like this. That the intention to same and norm and take away pain and hurt also limits our ability to see beauty. Because in the book, at one time, that Jonas is the main character. Oh my gosh, I'm really just pulling this out of the air, y'all. He tosses an apple up in the air, and it turns red. He notices the red color, and there's a girl, and she has red hair, and he just sees he's so excited about the beauty of it. And I recognize the beauty of not having everything together. And that book helps me to kind of embrace those times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
what about you?
Well, you know, I love sci-fi, like love it. Like I'm a deep Trekkie, desperate Whovian, like all of it. And so if you're out there, Whovians and Trekkies, hit me up. But I had a very good friend who is a Black man, and he always told me this story about his relationship to education in school, right? And when he would read, or when the class would read fantasy or sci-fi novels, he hated it. And I'm like, I can't understand. Like, how could you, how? And his statement was, he never saw himself in those books. And oh yeah, never. Because he's a Black man, he was a Black boy, you never see yourself in those texts. It's changed immensely. It's immensely changed in these last couple of, 20 years, maybe 15. But I find the same thing in my classes. I find the exact same thing in my MSW classes. And what I don't understand is who are you teaching? Like, I literally said to someone, and you'll all forgive me for being very incorrect. Is this grad school program designed to teach white people how to be human? Because, like, even the person in environment, I'm like, who does not think about a person in environment? And then I realized, if you're marginalized, you have to. It's the double consciousness. You have to. And so do people of dominant culture really not have to do that? Do they really not have to think about those things?
I didn't realize on that one until talking to other people of color in social work, and they were also like, yeah, I already knew that. I was like, okay, so I thought it was just me. I thought that, like, okay, maybe I was exposed to something and I don't remember it, but like, I never didn't think about people as part, like, I don't know what the opposite is. What is the opposite of
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea. And I know you listened to that podcast with Shimon. Shimon wasn't on the episode. The Doing the Work podcast, guys, but the one with all the Black students. And everybody's like, what is a culturally, like, the class that's like about diversity? Like, that they didn't teach anything about working with white people. That's what I don't know how to do. Where was that class?
And that is what you need, because it's the safe thing. Like, you need to know those secret languages. You need to know like how to deal in those all white spaces, because that's a matter of, it could be life and death, we've seen. It's also a matter of your job. It's also a matter of your education. Like, that's the education that we need that we're not getting. But many people have talked about, you have to know that to survive. So you know some of that already. And so I wish that I was getting more depth in what I'm being asked to study. And I understand that, you know, we teach to the middle because there's always someone low and there's always someone high. But this is grad school, and I need a little more. I need a little more intellectual stim too. So do you have a capacity? Do you want to do this one?
Sure. I was going to, I forgot to mention before this whole bright PowerPoint, remember, because my husband was watching 90s wrestling and I was like, oh, that's going to be my inspiration. So excuse the bright colors, everyone. Okay. Do we have the capacity and ability to imagine an existence we've never experienced? Like, this is what I wonder all the time whenever I talk to somebody about abolition, their response is like, what would that look like?
Right.
And I want to say, I don't know.
My question for folks is always, who would you be without the fight? And like, how do you know that as a person on the margins? Like, if you're a person with a visible disability, like, who would you be? And not to erase you, but who would you be if the world was totally accessible? Like,
dude,
what else would your heart say? What else would your mind say? Social workers,
all
I've heard
of these
them say,
Black scholars out here, like, what could they research?
What would they be doing?
What could they put their minds to? All of this skill and power,
right?
What could they do with that? How could we change the world if we weren't having to deal with, they're different because they have more melanin in their skin, and that's the only, like, it's that small and stupid.
Well, and
all of this is real, but like, that's really what it is.
It is. But beyond that, I mean, ask the question, and I've asked this question before. You understand that it has nothing to do with this color of brown.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So it's got nothing to do with this color of brown. What is it about then?
But it has to do with self.
It has to do with self. But if it's not about, you hate me because I'm brown, or you don't think you can understand me because I'm brown, or you're afraid of me because I'm brown, what are you afraid of? What do you hate? What don't you understand? And that's the self-reflexive part, right? I really wish people would take a moment and ask themselves what seem like really basic questions. But like, could you even answer that?
Well, that's part of why these conversations we need to make sure we're framing them right. Because a lot of times in social work education and social work, we frame it like, because marginalized communities have issues. Like, no, they don't. People in power have issues.
They have, if anybody has issues, it's because of marginalization. Like, it's not inherent in who that person is.
There are people teaching emotional regulation to, like, schools of all white faculty in low income Black and brown communities, teaching emotional regulation to Black and brown kids, which is actually gaslighting them, because they see the fact that there's a whole system and a whole building of people that they have to interact with every day who are not out for their best interests. Like, what are we doing?
I don't understand it. Here? I don't understand it. So, what's this question? How might we experience the world if we were enslaved? If we weren't enslaved?
Either one. What I was thinking was like that some of it, when we're reading and when we are imagining and we're considering, some of it is putting yourselves in positions that you've never considered yourself to be in, like putting yourself in different places, and also recognizing what you want and what you don't want. I'm not a Harry Potter fan. I know there are a lot of no Harry Potter shade, but I was a Hunger Games girl, like full out. And, you learn what you don't like. You learn what is not okay.
Right.
But it pushes your brain to imagine what life is like and what's going on in other parts of the world. And I just feel like we just don't push ourselves there on the empathy.
One of my classes, I had to do some research on two, like, DSM diagnoses. And of course I chose because I am a person who really thinks CPTSD is very similar to racial trauma, or maybe they are the same thing. But all the research I was finding in the United States is not really interested in CPTSD as a diagnosis. And it's very huge, like other parts of the world. So Britain has a great big thing, Germany, Australia, because they're dealing with like minoritized, marginalized, and indigenous populations, and looking at CPTSD as a system that they might be experiencing. And so I thought to myself, like, why on earth would the United States be resistant? Why would the United States be resistant to the diagnoses of CPTSD when we've got Native American people, when we've got African American people, when we've got Asian American people, when we've got immigrant people, when we've got all these people in the United States who are consistently, systematically, and systemically marginalized to the point of pain and death? Why on earth would we, right? Why would we be resistant to the idea that that could be causing them pain daily? That the idea of looking at Adam Toledo is not okay. Have you seen any of that? I haven't seen any of that coverage. I can't watch any of that. I can't do it. I just can't. I do. I mean, I do. Like, I watch it, I teach it. That's what I do, but I can't. Like, I have hit my wall. So I wonder what social work could do with asking those hard questions.
So I was actually thinking about that to what you were just saying. I was thinking about like how it's getting warmer. COVID is over and everybody's going outside and the strange fruit is back out to rot, right? Like, it's like as soon as it's available, the American crop is back on the market and the strange fruit all over again. And it's just like so constant and all the time. And the gross part is that then people are like, how much money can I make off the fruit? Like, that's happening. And like, people are profiting off of it. Like, social workers are profiting off of what's happening because it's like, oh, well, let's make a new nonprofit organization. Like, you're profiting off of the pain.
New
like,
trainings.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
And trainings
books,
and workshops.
Trainings.
And now I'm going to go around the country and put on these trainings for anti-oppressive work. And like, this is not something to capitalize on.
Right. And of course, that white fragility last year, that whole kerfuffle with how much she was getting.
Oh my gosh. Everybody bought the book, right?
Of course they did. And everybody needs a doorway in, but.
Right. Because like, I'll admit, I suggested people read the book because I know that I need to give white people something that's comfortable for them in order to introduce the conversation. It's all a matter of trying to survive. But
you and I talked about this, the idea that, okay, someone has sort of stated the problem. White fragility is a thing. And this is why white people have a hard time talking about race. And that's it. That's what happened. That was it. What comes next? What's the dismantling of that? What do we do about that? And I know she offered some movement in the book, but here we are, it's a year later. The black squares are not doing much. The schools have put out their statements. I wish that we had
sitting in the curriculum committee and it'll be another 2 years until it comes out.
I mean, you don't have to put us on blast.
Wow. There are people dying.
It's true. It's true. You're right.
There are bodies.
You're right. You're right. You're not wrong.
Let's have a committee meeting.
I mean, you're right. You're right. And it's got to go through curriculum council. You're right.
No, the chip takes a long time to change. Like, I don't know.
I mean, but from my research into like social work history, we were having this conversation 20 years ago and 20 years before that. So what's the?
Because some people are profiting off of it saying the same. And some people we need to have some critical conversations about and get off the fence. Where are we? What are we doing?
Okay. What else?
I mean, I'll say it. The social work education help us build the skills of imagination or create opportunity for practicing the imagining of an anti-oppressive future.
No, not mine. I mean, we haven't even talked about
I never was encouraged to, like, I remember one professor talking about that we should be actively looking to work ourselves out of a job.
Yes, but not particularly about oppression.
No, but that was the closest to me seeing social work practice as like getting rid of what exists. Like
Yeah.
they were like, you know, you shouldn't be just seeing your clients, taking the money off of their pain, putting it in your pocket, and then going out to your suburban life and, you know, living in your bubble and voting against those people and not considering, you know, the consequences of all of that.
Agreed.
That was about the closest as I got to calling that out directly.
So I think I want to end us on this question, because this is a big one. What's informing our challenge? If our code says we challenge social injustice, and it does explicitly, what do you think? Or are we just not there? We're just not there.
We're just not there.
And the consequences are what we have now.
Mm-hmm.
And we need better.
Okay, sorry, we're rushing through because this is what we do. We chat. We need our social workers to like really get real with this stuff, and then truly imagine and be in the practice of imagining and get ahead of the curve. Right now, we are responding to what happened. We should not be responding to what's happening. We should already be ahead of the curve, pushing the conversation, informing the conversation about liberation. We are out of position. Like, I guess if that's a sports reference,
Yeah.
We're playing out of position. We need to be ahead of this. And pushing our nation, pushing our communities, liberating folks. It's not enough for us to just be responding to the current events.
Yeah. I mean, as Dean Cruz said, like, yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
Where is social work? In a liberated world, what does social work look like? We need to be practicing, teaching to make that happen, to make that true. You don't get to just profit off a police system that is targeting Black and brown communities and calling it safety for the child.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. Well, next time we get together, we'll figure it out.
Oh, okay. Somebody wants to find us. They can find us on our social media where we chit chat. We're active on Twitter. Email us if you want us. But yeah, that's us. Find us. Chat with us anytime.
Charlie and Shay, you really want me to follow this? You really want me to do this, right?
Yes, ma'am. You know what you're doing.
Yes.
You got it. We are looking to you.
So let me first say, I never gloss over pain. So thank you, Charla, for making us even more aware of the pain that's out there. So we should never gloss over pain. Although it is painful, we cannot gloss over it. So my heart for all of those who are suffering, because when you suffer, I suffer. We're inextricably linked. The second thing I really wanted to see if I could call in my associate Dean Whitaker to have this few moments for comments, because she could have wrapped this up much better than I can do this. But what comes to mind, first of all, I wanted to jump in the conversation about the book, because, the late Chaz Boseman, I was going to say Wakanda Forever.
Right.
The Black Panther is my thing here. But it made me think of Du Bois, your presentation, fabulous presentation, Du Bois, Double Consciousness.
Exactly.
And also Chastain, Leon Chastain. And the nurturing and sustaining community, how we know how to live in both of those.
Yes.
I didn't say we knew how to thrive in both of them, but we do know how to live there. So certainly I hope the audience is aware of those resources that you bring to mind. But here's my question. Many of us are really forced to think about evidence-based practice.
Yes.
And so my question is, how does evidence-based practice distract from our imagination?
Oh, Charla, can
I?
She said she was going to give me the pedagogy. Okay. So here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with evidence. There's nothing wrong with experimentation. There's nothing wrong with data. But we have to tell the truth. I mean, I tell my students, I tell everybody, it's little t truth, right? If you want big T truth, you need to go to a priest. Little t truth, I got you. Who did that study that created this evidence-based practice? Who was the study done on that created this evidence-based practice? Just tell the truth. Just say, we built this in the 1960s. I promise you we excluded Black people. I promise you we excluded Asian Americans. I promise you we excluded Indigenous people. I promise. But it seems to work for most folks, even though we did that. And then ask yourself the question, why? Because those people, as you said, Dean Crew, are dealing with double consciousness and needing to be able to move in two worlds, right? You can't not know how to do that. I will always know Maybelline. You may never know Cantu, right? And so because of that, to be able to tell the little t truth to students and other faculty has to bring up those questions. Well, if we know this was not built for the population we have now, what can we do about that? What should we do about that? What do we tell students about that? What should students be thinking about that? I mean, in the very first class, it should be every time we talk about something, every time.
Here's the other thing that I've come to learn, honestly, in the last year or so. I am now in private practice, and for a long time, in my previous practice also, I felt like I was faking it. Like what happened in the therapy room between me and my client didn't look like what the white people who I saw practice and show off the skills looked like, but the evidence was still the same. I just had to do it in my style. So I think that social work is really good at having the evidence is there, and some of it is true. But like, what does it look like in action? And that's the step that's missing. It's taking the research and imagining it out of what could a liberated world look like and doing something with it is what I think is missing.
Although it's hard to end this conversation, I must move on. But thank you all both for your contribution to this important series. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're moving on to the last panel in this particular series, and that's developing an anti-racist social work curriculum. The colleagues who will join me are Braveheart Gilani. Welcome, Braveheart. Love your name. Love your name.
Thank you. I love it too.
It says a lot.
Thank you.
Braveheart Gilani graduated with his bachelor's in science and mechanical engineering from the University of Houston. He practiced as an offshore engineer and a project manager in the oil and gas industry. He earned his MSW from the Brown School of Social Work and is a current doctoral student at Case Western Reserve University. Braveheart's research and advocacy are focused on sexual and gender minorities, healthy masculinity, and issues of racial equity and social justice. I am so glad to have you on board, Braveheart. My brother is a mechanical engineer, so you're already in the family. Welcome. The next presenter is Flora Cohen. Hello,
Hi.
Flora. It's so good to see you. Flora is a social work PhD student at Washington University in St. Louis. She is passionate about the delivery of equitable, accessible, and decolonized mental health services. And as we know, the need for mental health services are on the rise throughout our nation. She is especially interested in their holistic implementation with low resource settings to populations who have had traumatic experiences. I love the notion that you said low resource settings, not no resource individuals, because that's very different. Thank you. Flora is currently a researcher with TPO Uganda, an organization that provides psychosocial support to refugees. She was previously a provider of trauma-informed clinical treatment to children and their caregivers in New York. Welcome, Flora. I now turn this over to the two of you. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. And thank you to all our presenters before us. Thank you for your fabulous, fabulous presentations. So as was mentioned, our presentation is regarding anti-racist pedagogy within social work. My name is Braveheart Gilani. I use he, him, his pronouns. I have an MSW, and currently I'm a doctoral student at the Mendel School of Social Sciences. My current co-presenter is Flora Coleman. She uses she, her pronouns. She is an LMSW and is currently a doctoral student at the Brown School of Social Work and is a great mentor and a teacher for me.
So first, we want to start with the land acknowledgement. We want to jointly acknowledge that our respective universities are located on the ancestral lands of Native peoples who were removed unjustly, and that these institutions have benefited. We honor our heritage of Native peoples and what they teach us about stewardship of the earth. We honor the traditional homeland of the Lenape, Shawnee. I feel bad, I'm not going to pronounce these things right, but I'll try. We end up Miami, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and other Great Lakes tribes. Case Western Reserve University and the greater Cleveland area occupy land officially ceded by 1,100 chiefs and warriors signing the Treaty of Greenville in 1795. And Washington University in St. Louis is on Osage land, which was stolen in 1808. We're grateful and honored to be able to study on these lands. I also want to note that I'm calling in from Uganda right now. I'm also quite honored to be able to work here in Uganda. But my power just went out and went back on. So I'm just letting you know that I might have to drop off for a second if anything happens.
Thank you, Flora. So we'll start our conversation with a couple of quotes, and we have quotes from our great teachers, Dr. Bell Hooks and Dr. Paulo Freire, quite a bit in our presentation. And so this particular quote is from Dr. Bell Hooks in Teaching to Transgress. And she says, "Within complex and ever-shifting realms of power relations, do we position ourselves on the side of colonizing mentality? Or do we continue to stand in political resistance with the oppressed, ready to offer our ways of seeking and theorizing, of making culture towards the revolutionary effort which seeks to create space where there is unlimited access to the pleasure and power of knowing, where transformation is possible?" And I'd also like to start with identity acknowledgement. So I am a first-generation Pakistani American, a queer trans man who considers Houston his hometown. Go Cougs forever. So I'm an engineer, I have a master's, and now I'm working towards a doctoral degree within social work. Flora, I'll go ahead and introduce you if you're okay with that. So Flora is a Jewish queer licensed social worker who's pursuing her doctoral degree at the Brown School. And we both acknowledge that we have not personally experienced anti-Black racism. However, we have witnessed it within our institutions, our personal and our public lives. We are committed to taking an anti-racist stance and practicing anti-racism in all parts of our lives.
So here's another quote by Paulo Freire, another one of our idols in this work. He said, "There's no such thing as neutral education. Education either functions as an instrument to bring about conformity or freedom." I think that's an interesting quote to talk about how we use social work education specifically. So first, we're going to talk about why we think social work should consider should have an anti-racist lens in pedagogy. And here are some of the key points. We're going to talk about code of ethics, the problematic history of social work, the disproportionality in representation and engagement with society, and because it's the right thing to do. So the social work code of ethics, we decided to talk a little bit about where anti-racism is mentioned within the code of ethics. And we think it's important to note that through a careful search, we didn't find anything about racism, any words about racism or anti-racism. So that's one important thing to note. The main things we saw were that social workers should promote social justice and social change with and on behalf of clients. Social workers should be sensitive to cultural and ethnic diversity and strive to end discrimination, oppression, poverty, and other forms of social injustice. So basically, an ethical principle is that social workers should challenge social injustice. But, as the previous presenter said, that's often quite a nebulous term that isn't really enacted within our education and our practices. So social work history, from its inception, social work has been part of perpetuating white supremacist ideals and imposing hegemonic power structures with an emphasis on charity rather than empowerment. So we're choosing to sort of treat people as if they need charity rather than lifting up communities. Meanwhile, Black people have been creating innovative and organized methods for community support, such as mutual aid, long before their efforts were recognized or defined as official social work. Black social workers have identified racism and white saviorism within the structure of social work and have painstakingly made the larger social work community aware of it. However, Black social workers and Black people have continued to be invisibilized and diminished by this profession, which both did not know how to help them and struggled to learn. And I also want to note that many of these quotes and information that we've included on this slide are from doctoral students who are working on anti-racist pedagogy and education themselves through the GATE network. So also disproportionality within social work. Paula Freire also said we cannot enter the struggle as objects in order to later become subjects. So I think it's also important to note that 70% of social workers are white, yet are working with a population that is disproportionately represented by Black clients, especially when we look at child welfare or the criminal injustice system. And this lack of acknowledgement of the racist structures within social work and within the social ecologies of which we work causes confusion and often gaslighting for our clients that we work with. So in order to engage in an anti-racist and liberatory pedagogy within social work, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. A lot of this has already been talked about. It's been talked about by the previous speakers. It's also been talked about by Paula Freire, Bell Hooks, and others who have really moved this field forward. However, it has not been integrated, right? So we've talked about how people have been really disappointed about the ways that social work as a profession just hasn't really moved forward into the wholesale integration of anti-racist pedagogy and teaching material. There are groups like the Group for the Advancement of Doctoral Education and Social Work, which has provided a lot of really great resources. If you don't know them, look into them. And they are sort of a great inter-university resource. But there are also some school-specific resources, but they don't always have so much sustainable momentum because resources aren't allocated to them. So even when resources exist, like we know all these things would help, they aren't implemented. And there's often systemic resistance to the implementation of those changes. So pedagogy is, here's another quote, pedagogy is inherently political. Teaching anti-racism is a political project in itself, which is especially challenging in educational environments which traditionally value positivistic, apolitical, and objective knowledge. I think it's important to note that objective is in quotes because knowledge is really about who's producing it and not necessarily like taking back to the last speaker, we have to really think about who's producing evidence, right? And how they produce that evidence. So social work education is inherently political. It should not be about a banking system of knowledge. So Freire and Bell Hooks both talk about how the way that we teach shouldn't be just like memorizing and creating this banking system. You're just taking in as much information as you can. It should be reflexive. It should be conversational. It should be something that's more integrated, and it should integrate social justice-based values, practice, and theory. Therefore, the agendas should be flexible based on students' needs and should also integrate current affairs. If you're talking about any social justice issues in the classroom, you can bring up the social injustices that are happening today in a safe and sensitive manner. You must also teach students how to transgress. And we took that from Teaching to Transgress from Bell Hooks, and the idea is that we're transgressing these historical and cultural contexts that have limited and enslaved us. We must empower students to move inherently racist organizations and institutions toward liberatory methods, and it must be holistic. So Bell Hooks talks a lot about how we need to engage with people and support them within the classroom and also when they walk outside of the classroom.
Great, thank you very much, Flora. And so at this part of the presentation, we'll talk about 3 buckets of strategies that we propose that can make social work just a tad bit less racist or move towards an anti-racist direction. And so I'll cover the main buckets over here, and then we'll explain each of the buckets in detail. So the first name is regarding explicitly naming racism through the codified mechanisms. So that would be through CSWE and the other core curricula. And there we would be exploring what the requirements are within social work education, what are the mandatory competencies, and are there any mandatory courses around racism and anti-racism as far as theory and practice are concerned. The second bucket is regarding challenging the current methods of pedagogy itself. And that is, it includes revising our syllabi, but also it includes more holistic methods. So that's about teaching as a joyful method, quality over quantity, engaging multiple perspectives, challenging power dynamics, all those things. And then finally, it's about deconstructing barriers to entry and elevating marginalized voices. So that is partially about providing equitable opportunities for all folks, incentivizing and strategizing appropriate mentorship, and hiring diverse faculty, and supporting various tenure track criteria. So the first one is regarding explicitly naming racism through codified mechanisms. So as we all know, CSWE is currently the body that verifies our curriculum and develops it. So currently there is no specific course on race which is required by the CSWE. So what we are requesting and proposing is that anti-racism firstly be infused within all courses. Anti-racism shouldn't just all be stuffed within one course. Also specifically, at least minimum, there should be 2 courses based upon racism. So the first would be a general course regarding human diversity and social justice. This is already, by the way, required by the CSWE. However, often folks who are already coming from the BSWE get exempted. We state that there should be no exemptions. Diversity, anti-racism is an ongoing process, and so no exemptions allowed. Also, it should be intentionally updated based upon the conversations which are happening in the field, in the world right now. Keep it updated. The next one is regarding the course should be regarding racism in the US in particular, and its implications on social work practice and research. Again, we provide that this should be a mandatory course. It should have theoretical groundings in anti-racism, along with social work history and its implications. Also, students in this course should be taught about how to disrupt the racist policies and practices. This can be in the micro level, but also in the meso and macro level, the institutions we are part of. How do we disrupt the racisms within them? The next bucket is regarding challenging the current methods of pedagogy within social work education itself. So the first part of that is regarding the syllabi. So our syllabi and reading materials should be representative of the people that we are serving. They should have adequate representation of BIPOC and other URM authors without tokenizing them. So it should not just be the one author who gets to represent the people of color, right? It should be, at this moment, we have enough literature by BIPOC scholars to adequately cover most of the topics covered within social work. Also, we must intentionally update our syllabi based upon current events. There should be space in the classroom to discuss and fully understand the context. And the revision of the syllabi should be based upon representations from our clients. The next part is regarding challenging white supremacist positivistic pedagogy, which has infiltrated social work throughout, right? So the pedagogy should be non-formulaic. Teaching should be as a joyful practice rather than a burden. And that's part, of course, from Dr. Bell Hooks. Flexibility is a virtue. If someone has been murdered in our world, in our country, there needs to be space to talk about it. There needs to be conversation and integration, right? Reflexivity must be integrated. We must focus on quality over quantity. Assigning students 20 papers to read per week is going to lead to students reading 0 papers per week. But there are meaningful, concise, meaningful papers that students can read and integrate this knowledge. And finally, we must integrate practice with critical theories. And then the third point over here is about engaging multiple perspectives. And this is when we, as scholars, learn with the community. We belong with the community. We should not be living in ivory towers. We must learn through case studies, through simulations and practice. And conflict management and resolution must be a priority. We cannot just shy away from conflict resolution, but in fact must find meaning within the chaos. The next point is regarding power dynamics. So we must do more than just didactic pedagogy where the professor comes and like lectures for hours at the students. That is nowhere where we're going to be learning social work. We must establish authority with respect and knowledge rather than the hegemonic power setup that exists within academia. We must center love and respect, transform the social work students into a community of learners, lifelong learners. And it goes both ways. So teachers along with students get to learn. This is an area where we're all practicing, where we're all growing. As Dr. Bell Hooks says, this is a bidirectional process. And finally, you must engage the faculty and students into reflexive practices. And so part of it is integrating reflexivity as a general practice in our work, in our practice, in our theory. We must discuss the positionality. So who is speaking about what, from what perspective, and who gets to speak on a particular subject. Also, we must articulate privilege and oppression in different contexts. Over here, part of the practice has to be towards critical dialogue building skills. This is also where we can wrestle and stay within the tension rather than run away from it. And we must create courageous spaces and sacred spaces to talk about meaningful, painful things rather than run away to our own privileged sectors.
So, and our last point is that we want to deconstruct barriers to entry and elevate marginalized voices. So here's another quote. No level of individual self-actualization alone can sustain the marginalized and oppressed. We must be linked to collective struggle, to communities of resistance that move us outward into the world. So our three things that we're going to talk about is providing equitable opportunities, incentivizing and strategizing mentorship, and hiring diverse faculty, and supporting various tenure track criteria. So for providing equitable opportunities, we wanted to talk about how we can provide more opportunities such as needs-based financial aid and support. The important point here is that people often have barriers to participating in their practicums. They finish them later. They have to work. There are all these other obligations that may stand in the way of being able to complete an unpaid practicum and complete unpaid labor. So we also the current practicum requirements are 1,000 hours over 2 years, and this has a disproportionate impact on students with lower SES who must work to stay in school. It has an opportunity cost, time investment cost, transportation costs, and also the cost of having to live with that double consciousness and maintain professionalism when you're in sometimes all white settings. Remediations, we want fair wage requirements for practicum hours. Nonprofit organizations should be incentivized to train social workers rather than use them as free labor. Practicum students should be seen as long-term investments by social work organizations, and the government should incentivize institutions with practicum students with additional grant funding so they can pay for that labor. Also, we want to incentivize and strategize mentorship. There's a disproportionate load of mentorship of BIPOC students on BIPOC faculty. This also for URM students. These faculty are often tokenized and overburdened with students who are coming to them for additional support, just navigating the hidden curriculum of academia. There should be more incentives for BIPOC faculty to mentor because they often endure an opportunity cost for mentoring those additional students. And some remediation, we want to train general faculty in mentorship. The load shouldn't all fall on BIPOC faculty. And we should incentivize structural changes to the value of mentorship, and then include mentorship and quality teaching in tenure track criteria processes instead of just focusing on publications, which are often easier for people to do when they're using secondary data, focusing on their research instead of the mentorship and teaching within the academy. And we should also structure mentorship and feedback processes to identify harmful and racist mentors and faculty. So a lot of schools do not have criteria for diversity training or whatever other training people could do, or strategies to sort of check, especially tenured professors who are already tenured, on how they are interacting with students. So there should be more structures in place to support students. So hiring, in addition to that, we should hire more diverse faculty and support these various tenure track criteria. Because a disproportionate load of anti-racism work also falls on BIPOC faculty. They're always asked to lead on panels or to engage in diversity and inclusion boards, and other people should be invited to participate and support this. The load should not all fall on BIPOC faculty, and if it does, they should also be compensated because of that emotional and time cost that they're committing to this work. So some remediation would be to incentivize white faculty to take ownership of decreasing and eliminating racism within the institution, because after all, racism is a white people problem. And we should use Black faculty and consultants and recognize and value their work through payment or some sort of codification of recognition.
Great, thank you very much. And we'd like to end our presentation by, first of all, thanking all our teachers and mentors from various parts of our lives, through books, through professors in our college. Thank you very much for teaching us and continuing to teach us. And we'd like to end our time together by taking a moment of silence in name of all the folks who've been brutally murdered by police recently. I'd like to read out all the names, and then perhaps we can take a moment of silence. So in the memory of Dante Williams, Sandra Bland, Rashad Brooks, Tamir Rice, Daniel Prude, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Atiana Jefferson, Aura Rosser, Stephen Clark, Bolton Jean, Philando Castillo, and so many, many, many more.
Thank you all so much. I apologize for the slight technical delay, but I was still engrossed in the moment of silence. As I had said to the previous presenters, we can never rush by such important information. So thank you for taking the time to share that with us. Thank you. I wanted you raised so many questions, as well as gave us some solutions that we may implement. And a couple things that stand out with me. First, you reminded us as professors, there's no point in giving the 20 papers because you'll only read 0. I heard that, and I bet you other professors heard that as well. So we probably need to spend more time in thinking about what are the several papers that will make the impact that you have taught. The other gem in what you have said is that you can't use one person of color, one Black author, one Indigenous author to really represent the wholeness of diversity. So thank you for sort of saying that. So as I lead to this question, at Howard, we don't have a single course on racism or diversity because it's infused throughout our curriculum. So Dr. Ron Pittner has done research on this, but what are your thoughts? Is it that we need a single course or 2 courses, as you focused on, or is it that we need to think about other models as well?
So, Dean Crew, Flora, is it okay if I take this?
Go for it.
Yeah, so I'd say I think it's a both and strategy. I think in all our affairs, we need to be looking at racism and anti-racism practices, because racism is infused in all parts of our lives. When I take a course on the housing situation, I need to be thinking about redlining. When I take a course on mental health, I need to be, as the previous speakers were talking about, be considering CPTSD. Like, those are real issues. But then there also needs to be held some specific and sacred space about talking about anti-racism practices. And how do we disrupt, when I'm part of an organization and I see racist practices, how do I resist it? How do I challenge it while still trying to fit within professional guises? Flora, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I agree. I think not even just about racism specifically. Like, I think many courses just leave out Black voices. Like, I had a conversation with a philosophy professor in social work school who only put white men in the curriculum. And think about how many amazing Black philosophers there are, right? And it would have been so easy to just infuse those voices. There's so many amazing books. And I think throughout their curriculum, voices should be included. The curriculum should talk about racism. It should be comprehensive. I also think, speaking for some white people, going into the academy and going into social work, sometimes they don't have a background in understanding racism, especially when you go to places, in the middle of America where it's just white people and farms, and they need a space where they can sort of learn about the work, right? And I think the previous presentation, they also talked about learning how to deal with white people too. So sometimes it's important to just have that space to figure it out together.
Well, colleagues, thank you so much. I'm so excited about the contributions that you are going to make and continue to make. And so we will be joined by our other panelists. Hello, I think I have you all back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am so inspired. I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to begin, but we certainly have been enlightened as we begin to think about how do we get ourselves out of this mess that we're in. So I would look for a better term, but that's the term that really just comes to my mind at this point. What is the way forward? I believe that we have a question that is going to be pushed to us from the audience, and I'm going to ask all of you to respond to this question. And it's from the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work. Someone within that entity has raised this question. If you as social workers almost always have more power than the client in a worker-client relationship, what skills do the workers need in order to not to always reenact oppression and racism with clients? What would agency work, private practice be like with a different power framework? So take it over, colleagues.
Well, the first thing I see there is again, little T truth, making the implicit explicit. So in an individual sort of 2 people, 3 people relationship, telling the truth about the power, making it very clear to the client or the consumer or the student, here's what's happening in this room that you may not be aware of. And let me explain to you what's behind me, and let me explain to you what's behind you, and make that implicit knowledge, that implicit action explicit. That then allows the client or the consumer or the student to ask questions that are important to them and to move with informed consent, which is what we also care about. And so if they don't have all the information, and nobody can know everything at all, like all the things, but if they aren't given access to at least some of the information, there's just no way that consent really is informed.
Thank you, Shay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I was going to chime in on that last piece about what would agency work private practice be like with the different powered framework. I think that this is where our language and what we talk about is really good if we just actually like believed what we said we believe. So if we worked for our clients and we were a service to them, so client comes to agency, client comes to practice and says, I have a need, can you help me? Then the power difference would be there of I am serving the client how they need to be served. But that's what we do when we say, allow the client to set the treatment plan. That's what we are saying when we say, allow the community to have a voice. Like we say these things, but we don't practice them. And I think that we really need to this is when you were mentioning evidence-based and you asked us about evidence-based before. I don't know that social work needs new evidence. The base is there. We have to actually believe that what the evidence says can be used in an anti-racist, anti-oppressive framework, and then change the way that we practice accordingly.
Thank you, Charlotte. Anyone else want to jump into this conversation?
I agree with what's been said so far, for sure. I just having read a lot of new materialism and kind of seeing how things are just kind of bundled into this bigger ecology, just kind of helping and working with clients and detangling not just what we pathologize within our client, but also the sociogenesis of some of the maladies that we encounter, in the sense that, particularly with race-based injuries, that can't be diagnosed through the DSM. These conversations warrant us having conversations about how sociopolitics operates powerfully in the therapy room. And if we can't do that, then we can't successfully attend to the person and environment, and flipping it around, the environment and the person.
All of that.
I'm going to add a couple of logistical points, if I might, too. I think everything that's being said is spot on. And when we think in terms of who are these providers, A, who's educating them? How do they get educated and acclimated to this work in a meaningful and real way? Reflections are not the same as reflexivity. We really need to change that narrative of navel gazing and exploring oneself into thinking in terms of frameworks. That gets perpetuated in the field when we start putting demands on CEUs. We have core ethic requirements. Why do we not have core anti-oppression requirements? I, as a licensed clinician, should be expected every 2 years to engage actively in this process. Furthermore, we need representation on the DSM task force, as Chris was mentioning. We need to really come to the table and start working and hustling, because we can't promote appropriate culturally responsive modalities if we don't have the ability to promote modalities and attend to meaningful diagnoses that address historical trauma and oppression.
Thank you, Caroline and Chris. So colleagues, we've come to the end of this journey, and I wish I could stay and have more dialogue, but there's another section that's following me. But thank you all. You have been just fabulous. And I know that you have left all of us with takeaways. So thank you so much. Pleasure.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We are now segueing into the next sector of our program. We've been joined by Dean Abrams, Laura, James Herbert Williams, Dean Williams. You can take it over now.
Well, thank you, Sandra. You've given me a promotion. I'm actually a director, but that's okay. If you want to make me a dean,
we're all the same.
We're all the same.
You know, I didn't give you a promotion. I just see us all as the same.
Yes, director, but that's okay. Well,
we're all the same.
We're all the same.
You know, I didn't give you a promotion. I just see us all as the same.
Yes, director, but that's okay. We're
all the same.
Someone still has their someone needs to close out Facebook or YouTube. Someone still has their someone needs to close. All right.
Okay.
So welcome back, my colleagues. What a wonderful, wonderful day, and what Sandra, you're the panel. What a great set of conversations and great thinkers. So to our audience, what we're going to do at this point, one of the things that hopefully that if you've been with us over the 4 series, you've seen that there are some amazing young thinkers in our profession that are really sort of doing some great work in this space. And so we thought we would take a moment to bring 3 of them back to just have some discussions with them about their thoughts about the way forward. They are the next generation of our profession. And so I would like to introduce them now and bring them on the stage. The first one is Dominique Miquel. I hope I pronounced that. Dominique, I hope I said your last name correctly.
No problem.
Okay. Dominique is a PhD student at UCLA. And then the second doctoral student that will be joining us is Darrell Washington. And Darrell is a doctoral student at the University of Chicago. And then last, and this is, I want to hope I say the name correctly, is Gabby Aquino Aradico. Gabby? Well, hopefully Gabby will join us. Oh, okay. Okay. So we will move forward, and maybe if Gabby will up there. Okay. Hi, Gabby. Welcome. So there's something that's unique about you, as well as many of the people who presented those series, is that you're all doctoral students. You're all ready to launch your careers, and you're doing great work, I said, in space around sort of anti-racism thinking and social justice and those sorts of things. So we wanted to take an opportunity to hear your voice about sort of the next steps that you think this work needs as we think as a profession. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to direct it to the 3 of you, and please feel free to just answer as needed. I'm not calling on you in the whole professor thing. We'll just go with. So the first question. What are some of the takeaways from this series of symposia that you hope those who participated will bring into the future of social work scholarship, teaching, and practice?
I can start, Dominique, here, and thank you all again for inviting me back. It's really exciting to get to have this conversation with all of you and Darrell and Gabby, who watched the presentations and loved watching every moment. I think for me, one of the big features of all 4 was the importance of history, and acknowledging history and incorporating it into the way that we teach students about social work, and we do research and we practice. I think, unfortunately for me, I don't think that there was enough of a focus on the history of anti-Blackness and white supremacy within society, and social work's way of being part of that process of upholding white supremacy in my master's education. And I don't think that there's also enough in my PhD education in certain ways. And I think it's really important for us to acknowledge this history if we're ever going to move forward. And I loved how much history was incorporated throughout the symposium. And I think that that's something I'm going to take away when thinking about my own scholarship, how to give context to the phenomena I'm studying.
I can jump in. Is my sound coming through? Okay, great. So absolutely loved all 4 parts of the symposium, and like I've been watching back for like a while now as I'm continuing to write and think about things. And the one thing that comes to mind is like I feel like we have no excuse because we have people who are doing the work and have been proven to do the work. And then the second thing is that as we have been talking about history, we've been talking about these conversations for a very long time. So whether you guys re-up on this conference in a year or 2, or whether it's something else, I would like to push the conference forward so that we're not having another conversation about history, but we're talking about what we've done since we've moved from here. So instead of kind of having the same conversations, like what steps have we taken, and starting to have those so that we can all pick up on what we're doing at different universities.
spot on, Dominique and Darrell. That's one thing that's resonated with me as well during this symposium. All four parts is there's so much truth that I feel like hasn't been shared. People are already doing the work. It's time that social work programs and the field start listening and acknowledging this work. One of the presentations that really resonated with me was Dr. Davison's presentation in January, talking about the efforts and the organizing of National Association of Black Social Workers. Unfortunately, that's something I've never really learned until this symposium, and that's something I would like to see more from the beginning of our doctoral programs and MSW programs, MBSW programs.
Thank you. I do think that one of the things that I've learned from these 4 series is that there's so much that actually in schools of social work that's left out, that's omitted, right? There's a sense of omission around some of our histories and those sort of things that we know actually happens in all of our education, but it's interesting that we think the social work thinks that we're very inclusive. And then you realize how much history gets omitted as part of the learning that happens in the place. The second question I'd like to ask you is, how would you like to see the conversations we've held over the last year through these symposium continue moving forward?
Okay, I'll start this one. I want to see folks start publishing this stuff a lot more. Like I've had the pleasure to collaborate with Dominique and Kristen, who's at UCLA, and Dr. Detlef will be reading your paper in the abolition course that I'm teaching in a couple weeks. So all these conversations can't just be conversations. Like we have to publish them, and not just in kind of a special issue journal, like by actually getting them into them high impact journals and get it and start to theorize and push this conversation forward.
And also, like, after publishing, also how do we disseminate and share that knowledge, right, into the classrooms and to emerging social workers? So I would really love to see, like the last speakers mentioned, just having one seminal piece might not be enough, and that checks off your diversity curriculum. No, can we infuse it into every course? How do we bring this lens? How do we uplift the voices in every course, whether it's research methods or statistics? There is a way, and I think we need to take a moment and really transform the curriculum and really include these publications.
Yeah, and I think for me, I go back to thinking about what pushed you all to start this symposium, which was the state-sponsored murders of our members of our Black human family. And I think when I go back to thinking about that impetus, it really makes me think of like, what action can we be taking? We've had this fantastic conversation that's really pushed on all of us to think more. But I think social workers, the beauty of our profession is we're everywhere. We're in health centers, we're in schools, we're just over so much of society. And I think it's time for a social worker to start owning that as a profession and say that we can have an influence. Like if we're not in support of policing, we can actually help take some of these systems down. If like we're not in support of removing Black children from their families, who's going to do that work? And I think as we continue having these conversations, I also want to see us go back into the communities we work in and start practicing different, start teaching differently, start writing differently. So I'm excited to see how we can move this conversation out of this space and start influencing all the different places we touch.
So thank you. Those were my 2 questions. Any parting comments from any of you as we wrap this up?
I really liked the last presentation. I caught the tail end of the last presentation, and I wanted to say something about curriculum because, like, I wholeheartedly believe this, that it's not enough to put Black authors, Indigenous authors on your in your syllabi. It's who actually facilitating those classes as well. So just as students, we do training, faculty have to do some training as well, so that when these conversations come up, you can actually have a fruitful conversation, and it's not just us reading something just to say that we did it in the checker box.
So thank you very much, Dominique, Gabby, Darrell, for not only your contributions to the symposium and the work and and your presentations, for taking some time out of your schedules to help us wrap up before the four-part series. And also, as I speak for my colleagues, we wish you all the best in your studies and your continuing pathway to become a scholar. And really, the three of you and hearing your work, I feel, and for myself, that the profession is in good hands moving forward. So all the best to you, and thank you for your contributions. And we look forward to your contribution to the publication that my colleagues will talk about later. All right. Take care. Thank you for joining us. And now this is the time for us to wrap up. And I will start and then just say that a lot of thank yous. I mean, this has been an amazing experience. And sometimes you never know what things will become when you're planning it. I can possibly say, at least for myself, it went beyond my expectations of what I thought it would be. And I think that it will have an impact and a legacy to come. And many of the things that's happened over the last 8 days of presentations will be used in classes and will be used as a way to hopefully educate people moving forward. I want to also say thank you to my colleagues for including me in this endeavor. It's been an honor. And so I look forward to the way forward. So I will turn it over to Sandra.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to join my colleague, James Herbert, in thanking both Laura and Alan for inviting me to this conversation. As I was thinking about my closing remarks, one of the things I thought about is white resistance. Let's reframe white resistance. Why don't we frame it as resistance to racism? So how do we move from of just talking about it to having resistance there, because it starts there. Then the other thing that I'm thinking as a qualitative researcher, I'm thinking about if I were to frame an evaluation survey regarding what has happened in the past 4 sessions, I would start with really asking the question, what did you hear that changes your approach? What is it that you heard that will make a difference? So, we all hear feel good things all the time. But what did you hear that would make a difference in how your approach to practice or education? I would then start asking the question is, what did you hear that challenged the way you think? The way you think. And so that you will ask more questions regarding the way you think. And I've just finished rereading Dr. King's book, Where Do We Go From Here? That's resonating with me at this point. Where do we go from here? And I'll end my comments. Certainly at Howard, we have the Black perspective, which is infused in all of our courses. But I'm always reminded that the question, is it too Black? Will others be able to learn how to practice? Those are the mindsets that we have to get rid of. Because what is it that makes you believe that if I'm preparing you to work with diverse populations, because I call it the Black perspective, it excludes someone? It includes everyone. So I think, we really have to open ourselves to that conversation. And the last thing I'll say, from a dear colleague in Cape Town, South Africa, who was a victim of coronavirus, she always left her presentations with this. It's impossible, said pride. It's risky, said experience. It's pointless, said reason. But the heart said, give it a try. Thank you. Alan or Laura?
I think I'm next. It's hard to follow Sandra always. I have just a few specific ideas about the way forward. And so I'm just going to be very clear. The answers are all here. It's time to stop discussing and going round and round. What inspired us to do this convening was George Floyd and this week's horrific losses at the hands of the police remind us that, again, we cannot afford to wait. So why not think big? We have looked at our history of white supremacy and racism. We've looked at our pioneers and those who fought from within and made substantial changes in social work. And we've considered our future. We've heard from people who are already doing this work. And maybe, just maybe, we haven't been listening for various reasons. Some ideas. What can we do now? First, we do intend to publish these as papers. We are working on that, and we will have an update soon. In the meanwhile, we would love to fund people to work on curriculum guides from these. I mean, if we had funding, okay. Curriculum guides, step by step, how to be an anti-racist program. Sandra's favorite word. Watch parties, discussions, discussion guides. Asking the leadership of our organizations to respond to the requests that have been made of them in these presentations in a structured way. And then, as a qualitative researcher, I love Sandra's idea of collecting responses to the symposium and perhaps analyzing them as a way of moving the field forward. So we are open to any and all of these ideas, and we have heard you. We've heard our those who've watched with us, those who submitted papers, those who participated, and those who didn't participate, that what we've done here is exactly what we needed to do. And it's not going to stop. I can promise you that. And I'm looking forward to our momentum and continuing the conversation. And this has truly exceeded all of our expectations. Thank you. Alan.
Thanks, Laura. And thanks once again to you, Laura, to Sandra, to James Herbert. This has been an incredible collaboration. And again, it's just such an honor to be able to work with all of you and learn with all of you. And I'm excited about the thinking that we'll all be engaged in terms of next steps. I want to really formally thank all of the behind the scenes people that made this conference so successful. Starting with Renia Butler, our constituent relations and events specialist. Renia is the person who's been behind the scenes that none of you have seen, that's been moving all of us on the stage, off the stage, doing practice sessions, coordinating all of the logistics of this event. So a huge thanks to Renia. To Connie Warren, our Director of Communications, who helped with all of the promotional materials, all of the advertising for this work and all of the messaging about this, as well as behind the scenes work at each of the events themselves. Krista Ellis, our graphics designer, who helped us do the program, many of the graphics you see on the screen. And to Dominique Miquel, who you saw just a minute ago. Dominique was our lead PhD student volunteer who helped organize all of the other PhD student volunteers. She's the person who was in touch with all of the presenters, getting their bios, their PowerPoints throughout this whole year. We set up a whole special email address just for Dominique to be able to filter all of the communications related to this. And she's done a masterful job at helping with all of the logistics. Then we had many PhD students who helped push questions forward, monitor the chats at each of these events from each of our schools. All of our assistants who helped with a lot of the logistics of this event, and then all of our presenters. You've all been amazing. And really, we want to thank just all of you watching who helped us disseminate word about this event. You know, this was entirely just a kind of grassroots effort. And we depended on the Twitterverse, other social media, all of our colleagues in that who helped us disseminate word about this event. As we've all said, you know, the participation and the attendance in this was more than we ever expected. And so we're and that's largely because of all of the help that we had in disseminating word about this event. So thank you all for that. And then I think as a closing thought, in terms of moving the work forward, I think about this often too. And I think the key to moving the work forward is to think about the work that you're doing now in your organization, in your school of social work, in your agency, related to anti-racist work. The work that you're engaged in now related to anti-racism, understanding whiteness and white supremacy. And ask yourself, if you were doing that same work a year ago, were you doing work related to anti-racism and understanding whiteness and white supremacy a year ago, prior to summer of 2020? And if you weren't engaged in that work, ask yourself why. Racism is no bigger problem today than it was a year ago. White supremacy is no bigger problem today than it was a year ago. So what changed? And I think we all know the answer to that because of many of the events that happened in summer 2020. But ask yourself why you weren't engaged in this work prior to summer 2020. Because I think the answer to that is the key to moving the work forward. Did you not realize that racism was as big as a problem as it is in our country? Did you know that it was a problem but were afraid to have the critical conversations that are necessary to address this? Understanding the reasons why you weren't engaged in this work a year ago are the questions that each of you have to figure out for moving the work forward, because those are the barriers that all of us confront as we think about how to move this forward. Again, thanks to all of my wonderful colleagues. It's been such an honor, and thank you to all who've watched throughout this last year with us and gone on this journey with us. Thank you all.